Chapter 434. Bailey Mingxiang's body tensed up, but she still did not make a sound. Han Yunxi's movements were very gentle as she carefully applied the medicine and bandaged the wound. Compared to her usual calm self, her tightly knit brows had a trace of irritation. Without a doubt, this kind of accident made her very annoyed. After treating the wound, Granny Zhao came over to help Bailey Mingxiang change her clothes, but Han Yunxi stopped her. She took a pair of scissors and cut off Bailey Mingxiang's clothes, taking them off to prevent them from touching the wound. Seeing Bailey Mingxiang's smooth jade back, Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and did not look at it any longer. "This slut is meddlesome," she muttered in her heart. If it wasn't for this slut Bailey Mingxiang meddling, she would be looking at Han Yunxi's back right now. Then she would know if Han Yunxi really had a phoenix birthmark on her back, and she would be able to confirm if Han Yunxi was the person her master's Chu family was looking for. She had spent so much effort, but it was all for naught. Although she did not leave any evidence, the sudden explosion of the stove would definitely arouse the vigilance of Han Yunxi and the hidden guards. It would not be easy for her to make a move again. Su Xiaoyu became more depressed the more she thought about it. Her eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. She really wanted to burn Bailey Mingxiang again. No, she should burn her to death to vent her hatred. Compared to Su Xiaoyu's viciousness, Granny Zhao's eyes were filled with pity. Up until now, Bailey Mingxiang had not made a single sound of pain, and Granny Zhao had seen it all. She had lived for so long, but this was her first time meeting such a brave young girl. After everything was taken care of, Han Yunxi let out a breath and softly said, "Thank you. Princess Consort's words are too serious. This is just this servant's duty." Bailey Mingxiang quickly replied. She knew that she would say this. Han Yunxi silently remembered this kindness in her heart. She told Zhao Mama to take good care of her and was about to leave when Bailey Mingxiang said in a low voice, "Esteemed Wang Fei, Mingxiang has a request." "I don't know." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu secretly sneered. She knew that Bailey Mingxiang was not that simple. Since he had made a contribution, wouldn't he take the opportunity to ask for more? "Just tell me what you need." Han Yunxi was puzzled. Bailey Mingxiang was not someone who would ask for help easily. "It's a private matter." Bailey Mingxiang was a little embarrassed. Han Yunxi immediately let Granny Zhao and Su Xiaoyu leave. She personally closed the door and then asked, "Just tell me what trouble you have." Bailey Mingxiang lowered his voice. "Esteemed Wang Fei, today's matter doesn't seem like an accident. I've used the stove several times and it doesn't make sense for it to explode like this. Could it be that someone did something to the stove?" When these words were said, Han Yunxi was shocked. The stove had exploded for no reason, so of course Han Yunxi would be suspicious. She was also planning on asking the hidden guards about the investigation. What she was shocked about was Bailey Mingxiang's attitude. Bailey Mingxiang had used the excuse of having a request to send Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu away to remind her of this matter. "Could it be you're suspecting?" Han Yunxi was a little surprised. Bailey Mingxiang decisively said, "If it was done by someone, then it was either Zhao Mama or Su Xiaoyu." Han Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. Of these two people, one was an old mama who had been loyal to the Long Fei Yi for many years, and the other was a child who wasn't even 10 years old. It really was hard for people to suspect them. "Esteemed Wang Fei, think about it carefully," Bailey Mingxiang said in a serious voice. Han Yunxi sat down on the side of the bed and carefully thought about it. The stove had always been used properly, and the charcoal that Bailey Mingxiang used today was from before. It really didn't seem like an accident. If it wasn't an accident, then the only suspects were Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu, because there was no one else in Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Moreover, the stove had been used multiple times, so it couldn't have been tampered with before it was sent in. Han Yunxi had always treated the Duke of Qin's estate as the safest place. Ever since Murong Wanru got married and Grand Concubine Yi went into seclusion to pay her respects to Buddha, she no longer treated anything that happened in the estate with caution. But now, this incident had come so suddenly. If it really wasn't an accident, but a man-made one, how chilling would that be? Seeing Han Yunxi's grave expression, Bailey Mingxiang sighed. I only hope that this was an accident. But this servant thinks it's better to be careful. Han Yunxi looked at the weak and injured Bailey Mingxiang with admiration in her eyes. This girl was a needle hidden in silk floss. She was both beautiful and intelligent. Her calmness and composure weren't something ordinary people could possess. Even an ordinary servant girl would be crying for her father and mother if she was injured like this, much less a daughter of a wealthy family. Who would have the time to think so much? Recuperate well. I'll get to the bottom of this. If it really was man-made, I'll pay back double. Han Yunxi said coldly, her eyes flashing with a ruthless light. When Han Yunxi left, a few guards were still investigating in the courtyard. Steward Luo had come over as well, while Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu were watching from the sidelines. Han Yunxi gave Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu tasks to send them away. As soon as Han Yunxi came over, Steward Luo fell to his knees with a thump. This servant handled things inappropriately. May esteemed Wang Fei meet punishment. What's going on? Is there a problem with the stove? Han Yunxi asked with a frown. Replying Nyang Nyang, there's no problem with the stove's design. Based on the current situation, it can only be a problem with the charcoal. Su Donglin reported truthfully. Han Yunxi was slightly alarmed. If there wasn't a problem with the stove's design, then this matter really didn't seem like an accident. She asked indifferently, what's wrong with the charcoal? There were two types of charcoal, white charcoal and black charcoal. The charcoal used in the Duke of Qin's residence was the most expensive white charcoal. It burned for a long time, didn't emit smoke, had a small smell, and was untainted. Moreover, it had a much lower explosion rate than the black charcoal used by ordinary people. The so-called explosion was the crackling sound that came from the burning charcoal and the splashing of sparks that would injure people. Based on the situation just now, it shouldn't have been an explosion, but an explosion. Therefore, even if there was a problem with the charcoal itself, it shouldn't have caused an explosion. The only possibility was that the charcoal was mixed with something explosive. Su Donglin was in a difficult position. It's still not clear. We've only analyzed the remaining dregs, but we didn't find anything explosive. This subordinate has checked the remaining charcoal, as well as the charcoal in use and in reserve in the residence. They're all safe. That's strange. Even if more than half of the charcoal had been burned and a lot of it had turned to ash, there should still be something strange in the dregs. Up until now, the scene hadn't been destroyed, so why couldn't they find anything? So, now we can confirm that there's only a problem with the charcoal? Han Yunxi asked as she personally checked the dregs of the charcoal. Indeed, she didn't find anything strange. Su Donglin nodded and said in a low voice, Esteemed Wang Fei, it's either that this batch of charcoal was accidentally mixed with something else when it was sent here, and the person who picked it didn't notice it, or, at this point, Su Donglin lowered his voice even more, or someone took the opportunity to tamper with it and added something in at the last minute. A trace of irritation flashed through Han Yunxi's eyes. In the end, it was still unclear whether this was an accident or man-made. Moreover, there was no evidence or clues at the moment. Han Yunxi pondered for a moment, then said indifferently, This matter isn't allowed to spread. Steward Luo, buy another batch of charcoal and have a look. Also, find someone familiar with charcoal to look at the dregs. Steward Luo was overjoyed that esteemed Wang Fei wasn't punishing him. If it had been His Highness Duke of Qin, everyone present would have suffered a calamity. He didn't dare delay and hurriedly got up to do it. Su Donglin and the other hidden guards were cleaning up the scene. Han Yunxi was about to leave, but she turned back and took out some charcoal that hadn't been completely burned, as well as some dregs. Esteemed Wang Fei, this is... Su Donglin asked in a low voice. This is the only clue we have. I'll keep some so we can take a look, Han Yunxi said before turning to leave. It was a pity that the charcoal residue wasn't poisonous. Otherwise, Han Yunshi only needed to open up her detox system and scan the area to see if there was anything explosive inside. After all, some things couldn't be seen with the naked eye. News of this quickly reached Long Fei Ye's ears in the distant Medicine Ghost Valley. He didn't even say a word of concern for Bailey Mingxiang. Instead, he coldly tossed Chu Shifeng an order. Pass down orders to slowly investigate this matter. First, replace all the servants in the estate. Have Bailey Yuanlong transfer people over. This was a complete overhaul of the Duke of Qin's estate. With Long Fei Ye's personality, it was normal for him to do something like this. Without any evidence or clues, it was hard to draw conclusions or investigate. He couldn't figure out whether this was intentional or an accident, so getting rid of everyone was the best solution. Chu Shifeng's mouth twitched. He rejoiced over the fact that he belonged to the hidden pavilion instead of the Duke of Qin's estate. Otherwise, he'd have to get lost too. In His Highness Duke of Qin's eyes, there was no one else he could trust forever besides the guards he'd raised and the Bailey clan he'd sworn loyalty to. Chu Shifeng's first thought was Zhao Mama. She'd served him for so many years, but His Highness Duke of Qin had kept many things from her. How sad would Zhao Mama be if she heard this order? There were plenty of other servants who'd served him for years. How sad would it be to be chased out at such an old age and suspected of something? Chu Shifeng felt that the chances of this being an accident were higher. After all, the servants in the estate were all carefully selected. Of course, if this was intentional, Chu Shifeng's first suspect would be Su Xiaoyu. Although Su Xiaoyu was only a child, he'd investigated Su Xiaoyu's background thoroughly. Who told her to be the youngest to enter the estate? Children were easier to buy over, and their actions were less likely to arouse suspicion. Chu Shifeng thought of many possibilities, but he didn't dare to waste words with His Highness Duke of Qin. Without sufficient evidence, any suspicions or conjectures were useless. His master wanted 100% safety. He didn't care how many people's hearts were hurt. When the orders reached the Duke of Qin's estate, Su Donglin was the first to seek out Han Yunshi. "Esteemed Wang Fei, I'm begging you, please leave my aunt behind." She entered the palace at the same time as Zhao Mama, then followed Grand Concubine Yi to the Duke of Qin's estate. She's been conscientious and devoted her entire life to Grand Concubine Yi and His Highness Duke of Qin. She's never been disloyal. She doesn't know much and has never come to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. She has to be innocent. Han Yunshi's face was filled with bewilderment. She didn't understand. Chapter 435. What was going on? Was someone trying to chase away Su Donglin's aunt? Han Yunshi was about to ask when another guard arrived. As soon as he entered, he fell to his knees and kowtowed to Han Yunshi. "Esteemed Wang Fei, I beg you to let my father stay. Ever since the Duke of Qin's estate was built, my father has been in charge of the kitchens. Just like me, he serves His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei wholeheartedly without any disloyalty. May esteemed Wang Fei see clearly." Very soon, a third guard arrived with a pile of words and pleas. Han Yunshi had been mulling over the exploding stove for the past few days. She was currently feeling stifled, so it was unbearable for her to be bombarded by one person after another. "Enough. Su Donglin, tell me what's going on," she raged. Su Donglin quickly stepped forward and explained Chu Shifeng's orders in full detail. Han Yunshi gave a start. A complete change of personnel? His Highness Duke of Qin is so generous. All of the guards agreed in their hearts, but none of them dared to express it. It was already very bold of them to ask esteemed Wang Fei for mercy. How could they dare to talk behind His Highness's back? They didn't waste words or speak too much. Absolute obedience had always been their principle. Who knew if Long Fei Yi would be so angry that he'd replace all of them after finding out about their pleas? None of his subordinates had ever faced such a situation. Indeed, if it was in the past, these shadow guards wouldn't dare to say the word beg, even if it was an extremely important matter. However, now that the Qin emperor had a woman who dared to say no to him, the situation was different. The guards who followed these two masters around all day understood the situation best. If they came to plead with esteemed Wang Fei, it would definitely be effective. Han Yunxi knitted her brows and didn't speak. She was once again experiencing Long Fei Ye's heartlessness and cruelty. There were over 50 servants in the Duke of Qin's estate, most of whom had served him wholeheartedly for decades. Like Zhao Mama, there were quite a few who'd followed him from the palace all the way outside. How could he deny everything just because of an unsettled matter? Regardless of whether it was hurtful or not, how were these people going to live in the future after being banished? Who would dare to use someone who left the Duke of Qin's residence? How could someone who had been chased out of the Duke of Qin's residence still have a good life in the imperial capital? No matter how low a person's status was, they had their own circle and their own grudges. Once these people were expelled, how much ridicule would they have to endure from the surroundings? All doctors had the heart of a parent. Han Yunxi didn't think she had the heart of a parent, but at least her heart was made of flesh. Finally, she calmly opened her mouth and said, "Tell your Highness that I still need to investigate this matter. The matter of the replacement will be put on hold for now." The secret guards were overjoyed. After thanking him, they immediately went to report. Very soon, Chu Shifeng sent back news that the Duke of Qin had approved esteemed Wang Fei's request and ordered the guards to strengthen their defenses. It was from this time onwards that a phrase began to spread among the secret guards. With the Princess Consort here, there's no need to fear. In a few days it would be the 15th. Han Yunxi asked, "Is His Highness still with General Bailey? Did he say when he'd be back?" Su Donglin shook his head. "This subordinate isn't sure. Only the people at the hidden pavilion know." The hidden pavilion was as special as the solitary enclosure. It was Long Fei Ye's secret base of power. The guards there were different from the ones at the Duke of Qin's estate. Supposedly, they were even more well-trained than the ones at the Duke of Qin's estate. Send someone to ask around. Just say the 15th is almost here. His Highness will understand then, Han Yunxi intoned. She still remembered that Gu Qisha and Long Fei had agreed to meet on the 15th. She didn't know if the man had found those two ingredients yet, but if Long Fei was going to Medicine Ghost Valley, he'd probably take her with him. Han Yunxi was waiting for the 15th, but Long Fei and Chu Shifeng had already been waiting at Medicine Ghost Valley for days. Gu Qisha was clearly still here when Han Yunxi came to ask for medicine, but he disappeared again after a few days. Currently it was the dead of night. Moonlight shrouded Medicine Ghost Valley as if everything had fallen into dreamland. Long Fei and Chu Shifeng were sitting on the roof of Gu Qisha's courtyard. "Your Highness, isn't this too much of a coincidence?" Chu Shifeng asked doubtfully. Before esteemed Wang Fei came to ask for medicine, he'd gone to look for the man a few times, but never found him. Moreover, the old steward had said that he wouldn't return before the 15th. But esteemed Wang Fei had shown up as soon as she showed up. Less than 5 days later, he'd disappeared again. There were only 7 days left until the 15th. His master had come early because he was afraid esteemed Wang Fei would ask about the 15th, which would make it difficult to explain. Judging from the current situation, Gu Qisha probably wouldn't show up until the 15th. Long Fei didn't reply, but lay back with his hands behind his head. He stared at the stars and thought. Chu Shifeng didn't dare to speak, but stood up to stand guard in a corner. Esteemed Wang Fei is the only person who can make master so vexed, he thought. In fact, his master was such a busy person, but he was willing to take the time to wait here for the Princess Consort. Chu Shifeng only hoped to find the antidote for broomcorn millet poison as soon as possible and cure mute Granny. Then everything would come to light and His Highness Duke of Qin's burdened heart would have a place to rest. Before daybreak, a messenger pigeon arrived from the Duke of Qin's estate. Long Fei was still staring at the skies, unable to sleep at all. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei asked about the 15th, Chu Shifeng reported in a low voice. While Long Fei was hesitating, the old steward suddenly cried out, Your Highness Duke of Qin, Your Highness Duke of Qin, my master has news. Long Fei immediately rose to his feet. Where is he? Your Highness Duke of Qin, this is a letter from my master to you. The old steward quickly handed over a secret missive. Long Fei opened it and frowned before tossing it to Chu Shifeng. Gu Qisha had actually gone back on his word. They'd agreed on a year's time, but Long Fei had shortened it to half a year. His condition was that the Duke of Qin's estate would owe him a favor if they found the antidote within that time. Gu Qisha had agreed to deliver the antidote on the 15th of the month, but now he'd gone back on his word. He'd given Long Fei the panoptic red lotus first, while the bear Chuan wouldn't arrive until later. Where is he? Long Fei asked. The old steward's legs trembled at the sight of His Highness Duke of Qin's icy expression. This one doesn't know. How did this letter get here? Long Fei asked next. It was a messenger pigeon, the old steward said as he took out the panoptic red lotus. Your Highness Duke of Qin, kindly accept this. Long Fei's anger finally subsided at the sight of the item. It looked like Gu Qisha really hadn't found the bear Chuan on purpose. Long Fei didn't take the panoptic red lotus, but left him with a message. Tell Gu Qisha that if he doesn't find the bear Chuan within a year, he'll have to bear the consequences. With one more antidote missing, the matter of Mute Granny would have to be put on hold again. Long Fei could only have Tang Li keep watch over Mute Granny while keeping an eye on Aunt Ru and Tang Zijin. As for why Gu Qisha had failed to find the bear Chuan, even the old steward had no idea. But one person had already found the bear Chuan. It was none other than the long-absent Gu. He'd left Mu Ling somewhere behind, so he'd long set foot on Fishery Island by himself. The Bailey Navy didn't stop anyone from setting foot on the island, nor did they have the right to do so. However, anyone who took Jun Yixie half a step off the island would be turned into a porcupine by the Bailey Navy. When Gu set foot on the island, no one recognized him. This was because he was no longer wearing his usual enchanting red robes or his usual mischievous smile. Instead, he was dressed in black, with a black cloth covering his face. He was walking swiftly through the forest of Fishery Island like a vengeful ghost. He was looking for Jun Yixie. His original plan was to use Jun Yixie to trick Long Fei, but who knew that he'd been trapped on Fishery Island by Long Fei because he'd bullied Han Yunxi. His mood soured as soon as he heard the news. What bear Chuan? What tricking Long Fei? What brilliant plan? What killing two birds with one stone? Everything was thrown to the back of his mind. He didn't even tell Mu Ling. He'd set off immediately the night he received the news, arriving at Fishery Island as quickly as possible. What a Jun Yixie! How dare he bully Poison Lass? Let's see how I'll trick you. This was the off-season on Fishery Island. No one came to fish, and the entire island was as quiet as a deserted world. It was quite difficult to find Jun Yixie here. However, who was Gu? It would take him only a few minutes to find a single herb on this island, let alone a living person. When dawn broke, he found Jun Yixie in the depths of the coconut grove. Gu stopped abruptly, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. He had to admit that the 3 months he'd spent on this island had left Jun Yixie in a sorry state. After all, Long Fei hadn't trapped him for nothing. When Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ninghua first set foot on Fishery Island, they'd brought some men and rations with them. Later, Ouyang Ninghua had taken everyone away, leaving only rations and fresh water for Jun Yixie. However, those rations and fresh water were limited. The Northern Li Imperial clan had sent people to deliver supplies, but the Bailey Navy had chased them away before they could even get close to Fishery Island. There was no way they could deliver anything. In less than a month, Jun Yixie had used up all the dry rations and fresh water they'd left behind. In the following days, he could only drink rainwater and coconut juice and eat roasted fish. Back then, eating grilled fish in a world of ice and snow was such an enjoyable thing. But now, he had been eating grilled fish every day for more than 2 months. What kind of feeling was that? Jun Yixie wanted to vomit whenever he saw fish, but he had no choice but to eat. If he didn't, then his only path was to starve to death. The current Jun Yixie might not have been reduced to a barbarian, but he had a full beard and tattered clothes. He had Bailey Mingxiang's blood hidden in his robes, but had long forgotten about it. There was only one thing left in his mind that he couldn't figure out. Why hadn't the Northern Li imperial clan pressured Emperor Tianhui? Why hadn't the Northern Dynasty's emperors rescued him yet? Did something big happen in Northern Li? Otherwise, the Northern Dynasty's emperors would never give up on him. The skies grew brighter and brighter. Jun Yixie's stomach was rumbling with hunger, but he really didn't want to drink coconut juice or eat roasted fish. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky, then closed them again. But it was at this moment that the fragrant scent of rice wafted into his nostrils. The aroma of rice. He couldn't be wrong. This was definitely the aroma of rice that he hadn't eaten in 3 months. With a start, Jun Yixie bolted upright. Chapter 436. The aroma of rice. Jun Yixie felt invigorated as soon as he caught a whiff of the fragrance. He followed the scent and soon reached the depths of the coconut grove. He saw a black-robed, masked man cooking in the clearing. He seemed to have come prepared, for there were multiple bags of items by his side. He'd built 2 stone stoves and 2 pots, one of which was boiling water while the other was cooking rice. Beneath the snow-white layer, each grain of rice was plump and fragrant. White steam rose from the wafting rice, making Jun Yixie salivate uncontrollably. He hadn't eaten a single grain of rice in 3 months. Of course, he was still a glutton. How could a 7-foot man bend his waist for 5 buckets of rice? Despite his sorry state, Jun Yixie was still able to keep his composure. He swallowed and adjusted his emotions before walking over. This brother is so refined. Gu looked him over with a smile. I presume that your distinguished self must be Northern Li's Duke of Kong, Jun Yixie? Jun Yixie felt a little awkward at these words. News of Long Feiyi mobilizing Tianning's navy to surround Fishery Island had probably spread throughout Cloud Realm continent by now. It wasn't strange for anyone to recognize him. Of course, the awkwardness only lasted for a moment. Jun Yixie arrogantly admitted, "That's your lordship. May I know your distinguished self's name?" "I'm just an idler from the Jianghu," Gu replied easily, as if he had no interest in Jun Yixie's identity. "Brother, this isn't the right time to come to Fishery Island, is it?" Jun Yixie asked next. Although half his soul had been taken away by the aroma of the rice, he still managed to keep his cool. Wasn't it strange that this black-robed man would come to Fishery Island to cook for no reason? You came at the right time. The lobsters in the illusory sea lake are fattening at the start of summer, Gu said. So, Jun Yixie had heard that the illusionary lake produced lobsters during this season, but it was not easy to catch them. It required a lot of patience, so very few people would come. He had met 2 people last month, but they had all backed off. At this time, the water in the pot was boiling. Gu took out a bag of powdery things and poured them into the boiling water. Soon, a fragrance floated out. Unlike the fragrance of white rice, this time, it was the fragrance of meat. It was really fragrant. Jun Yixie took a deep breath and couldn't hide his surprise. This is Northern Li's fat lamb hot pot soup base. It is known as the #1 hot pot in the world. The fragrance hasn't even fully emerged yet, but Majesty Kong could already smell it. I'm sure Majesty Kong likes this as well, right? Gu said with a smile. He was right. The fragrance had not fully emerged yet. If it continued to boil for a while, the fragrance would definitely spread for thousands of miles and leave a lasting aftertaste. Jun Isie's stomach was already stirred up by the boiling soup base. He sat down without being asked and laughed. Fat lamb hot pot soup base was originally a tribute to the imperial family, but it was only spread to the common people in the past year or two. The supply is limited. Brother, you must have put in a lot of effort to buy this soup base, right? Gu laughed. Hee, people die from eating. Clearly, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. This guy was really good. He was saying, people die from eating. Jun Isia laughed. Brother, you're also a person with temperament. This prince likes it. At this time, the soup base was almost done cooking. The unique fragrance spread with the hot soup, provoking one's sense of smell and taste buds. Gu Qishao chuckled before taking a deep breath in exaggeratedly. Fragrant. It's really fragrant. Jun Isia hurriedly said, Brother, this is not how you smell the fragrance of fat lamb. It should be like this. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and held it. He let the fragrance fill his entire nose and slowly spread into his mouth. Gu hurriedly followed suit. Taking a deep breath and holding his breath was a form of enjoyment. It left a lasting aftertaste. Prince Kong is still the one who knows the ropes, Gu said. Jun Isia chuckled and continued to take deep breath. He enjoyed the long-awaited fragrance. Even if he couldn't eat it, just smelling it was satisfying. After the soup base was completely boiling, Gu took the bags of various sizes and opened them one by one. There were only two things. One was a well-cut piece of mutton, and the other was green vegetables. Jun Isia couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The fragrant white rice, the mutton hot pot paired with the vegetables. It was meaty but not greasy. It was simply a delicacy. Gu glanced at Jun Isia and a subtle sneer flashed across his eyes. He mixed the sauce and began to hot pot the mutton. He picked up a thin piece of fat lamb and dipped it into the boiling pot. Then, he scooped it up and placed it in the sauce. While the meat was still smoking, he quickly ate it. He chewed lightly. It was tender and juicy. The fragrance lingered in his mouth. It was really delicious. Jun Isia's stomach growled as he watched. He covered it awkwardly. Gu pretended not to see it. After dipping a few more slices, he said with a satisfied expression, the taste is just right. Prince Kong, do you want to try it? Naturally, Jun Isia wouldn't ask for food of his own accord. He was waiting for these exact words. He was overjoyed. I'll do as you say. Gu then broke a pair of chopsticks into two. I'll make do with it. He only brought a pair of chopsticks? Jun Isia thought that this guy probably wasn't here for him. Of course, Jun Isia was still cautious. No matter how hungry he was, he still took extra care to make sure the meat wasn't poisonous before eating it. Once he started eating, he really couldn't stop. Soon enough, the two of them had cleaned out the entire pot of rice and hot pot of hot pot mutton. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Jun Isia asked, Has this brother heard of the war between Northern Li and Tianning? From what Jun Isia understood of the Northern Dynasty's emperors, the Northern Dynasty's emperors would definitely strike back after Long Fei Ye's provocation. They'd put pressure on Emperor Tianhui, so there was no way they'd remain silent until now. Gu leaned lazily against a tree trunk and arched an eyebrow at Jun Isia. Smiling coldly, he said, This young master has never been interested in the affairs of the imperial court. Jun Isia knitted his brows. This guy's attitude was clearly off. What did he mean by that? Gu's eyes grew even colder. This young master is more interested in you. Jun Isia immediately went on guard. He glanced at the leftover food and knew it was a trap, but he was sure it wasn't poisonous. Besides Han Yunshi, who else in the world had better poison skills than him? Just who are you? Why have you come? He asked coldly. Gu slowly spat out two words. Bear Chuan. Jun Isia grew even more stunned at his words, but he didn't show it. Instead, he asked coldly, What's a Bear Chuan? You don't know. Gu laughed. Never heard of it, Jun Yixie denied. How could he not know what bear chuan was? It was an extremely rare and precious medicinal ingredient that was used not to treat illnesses, but to create antidote. He'd spent a lot of effort and money to get his hands on it. Where did this guy find out that bear chuan was in his hands? What kind of poison did he want from bear chuan? Jun Yixie denied it, but Gu wasn't in a hurry to argue with him. He didn't say anything and just watched with interest. Jun Yixie couldn't stay calm after eating such a delicious meal. He frowned and almost made a move, but he quickly remembered the rules of Fishery Island. What do you want? He said angrily. Gu's eyes turned vicious. He said word by word, hand over the bear chuan, and I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise, Jun Yixie was puzzled. Judging from this guy's attitude, he seemed to have an irreconcilable grudge against him. He'd offended many people, including those who'd killed their parents, wives, and entire families. Who was this guy? Although he felt guilty, his aura was still very strong. He glanced at him disdainfully. Otherwise what? Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, his stomach began to cramp. The pain didn't increase gradually, but became very intense all of a sudden. His entire stomach felt like it was burning. Would Gu Qixiao's own poisons be simple? Even though Jun Yixie was a man, he couldn't help but frown. Of course, in addition to the pain, his heart was already in a perilous situation. This meal was really poisonous. Not only did he fail to test it out, but he also couldn't figure out what kind of poison it was when the poison took effect. For him, the leader of the 100 Poisons sect and the leader of the poison world, to be defeated in his field of expertise was simply a great insult. One Han Yunxi was enough. Where did this thing come from? Jun Yixie endured the pain and said angrily, "Who are you?" Gu was still standing there lazily. He casually plucked a weed and played with it in his hand. After a while, he faintly spat out 2 words, "Bear chuan." "I didn't," Jun Yixie sternly denied. Gu shrugged and rested for a while. Then, he took out a packet of lamb slices and dipped them in it. He was enjoying himself with relish. In just a while, Jun Yixie was already in so much pain that he couldn't stand it anymore. He clutched his stomach and bent over. However, it wasn't that easy to get him to hand over the bear chuan. He had to endure. "I'm going to fish for lobsters. If your Highness Majesty Kong thinks it through, you can come to me for the antidote at any time," Gu said with a smile. Yuzhou Island prohibited martial arts, but there were no drugs. As long as he didn't poison the fish in the lake, who could do anything to him? If he didn't use Jun Yixie's expertise in poison, he might not be able to trick him. Under Jun Yixie's vicious glare, Gu Qixiao picked up his fishing rod and hummed a little tune as he headed for the illusory sea lake. He was planning to catch a few giant lobsters to nourish his poison lass's body. The end of spring and the beginning of summer was the best time to nourish her body. As soon as Gu left, Jun Yixie was so angry that he kicked over the boiler. Damn it! Was he having bad luck recently? Could any random person mess with him? There was no way he would hand over the bear chuan. Jun Yixie sat down under a tree and clutched his stomach tightly to calm himself down. He didn't believe that he couldn't get rid of the poison in his body. Unfortunately, after pondering and enduring for a few hours, Jun Yixie still came up empty-handed. He sat on the ground and was in so much pain that he couldn't even straighten his back. At that moment, the poison in his shoulder flared up. Jun Yixie fell to the ground. After a moment of silence, he couldn't take it anymore and started rolling on the ground. Pain could be fatal. Many people in the world had died from the pain. When he realized that his life was in danger, Jun Yixie finally compromised. He struggled to walk to the illusory sea lake, too weak to speak. He raised the bear chuan with trembling hands and gestured to Gu. "Oh, you've thought it through?" Gu laughed. "Give me the antidote first." Jun Yixie finally opened his mouth. His face was pale and covered in cold sweat. "Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me?" Gu retorted cold. Jun Yixie was unwilling, but he couldn't do anything about it. He threw the bear chuan over. Gu caught it. After confirming that it was genuine, he was very happy. He glanced back at Jun Yixie with a smile that could topple cities. I forgot to bring the antidote." Chapter 437. Did he forget to bring the antidote? How was that possible? Most poison users and doctors had the habit of carrying their own medicine with them, especially poison users. They would definitely carry their antidotes with them. Take him for example. Forget about poisons and antidotes, he would even carry some of the most expensive medicinal herbs with him to prevent them from being stolen. Bear Chuan was an example. This masked man in black was clearly doing this on purpose. "You're messing with me." Jun Yixie was so angry that he temporarily forgot about his stomach pain. Gu actually admitted it openly. "Yes, I'm messing with you." "So what?" "You." Jun Yixie was so angry that he clenched his fists and almost punched him. Unfortunately, he could not be impulsive. On Fishery Island, impulsiveness was the devil. Impulsiveness had the price of one's life. The curse of dying an unnatural death had come true countless times. Jun Yixie endured the pain and suppressed his anger. He asked breathlessly, "What exactly do you want?" Gu sighed softly. "Sigh, nothing much. I'm just here to mess with you." "Go to hell." Jun Yixie was so angry that he raised his fist. It was about to hit Gu's face, but in the end it hit the ground hard and he fell to his knees. He had never been so aggrieved in his life. He had originally wanted to take advantage of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi by taking advantage of Fishery Island's prohibition of martial arts. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by this rule in the end? He was angry. He was so angry that his internal organs were burning. To the bad-tempered Jun Yixie, being unable to vent his anger was the greatest torture. "Your Highness Kong Majesty, anger hurts the liver. Your stomach is already in bad condition. You must take care of your liver." Gu smiled and ignored Jun Yixie's fist. He turned around and continued fishing for lobsters. Jun Yixie knelt on one knee. He was in so much pain that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Gu's back and really could not figure out what this guy was trying to do. He had already gotten the bear chuan. Could it be that he wanted something else? The pain in his stomach was getting worse and worse, and it was almost at its limit. Perhaps he would faint from the pain or even die from it. He still had a lot of things to do. He still had great ambitions to fulfill. How could he die in such a sullen manner? He couldn't accept it. Judging from the attitude of this masked man in black, he didn't seem to really want to kill him. Otherwise, he could have just directly poisoned him. What was the point of talking so much nonsense? Propping up his tired and aching body, Jun Yixie forced himself to walk to Gu Qishao's side. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He thought that this guy would be amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If he lowered himself and negotiated with him properly, there might still be a chance for a turnaround. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It wouldn't be too late to deal with this guy after his poison was cured. Jun Yixie said patiently, "Brother, if you have something to say, why don't you just say it so that you don't waste everyone's time?" Gu Qishao ignored him and focused on the fishing rod. Jun Yixie took a few deep breaths to ease the pain. He then said, "Brother, if you have any requests, just say it. I believe that you are a straightforward person." "Shh. The lobster is about to take the bait," Gu whispered. Jun Yixie was in so much pain that he couldn't care less about the lobster. However, he had a request, so he could only bear with it and keep quiet for the time being. But Gu Qishao started chatting with him instead. "Your Highness Sanfroid Majesty, have you ever fished for lobsters?" His tone was as if nothing had happened between the two of them. "I haven't." Jun Yixie endured the pain and answered reluctantly. "Generally speaking, this kind of large lobster needs to be caught. However, the lobsters in the illusory sea lake must be fished because the large lobsters here are as stupid as the small lobsters in the river. As long as they bite the bait and eat it, they won't let it go easily. Gu explained patiently. Jun Yixie was not in the mood to listen. Just as he was about to speak, Gu stopped him. The fishing line was pulled taut. The lobster had taken the bait. Gu waited for a moment to make sure that the lobster had started to eat the bait. He slowly pulled the line back to the shore and prepared the fish funnel. Then, he lifted the fishing line and used the funnel to catch the lobster. What a big lobster! The two pincers were as big as a palm. Gu was overjoyed. He laughed heartily. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. Such a big one. It must be very nutritious." As he spoke, he placed the large lobster in an ice bucket and stored it well. He couldn't be careless when it came to nutritious things for poison lass. Jun Yixie sat at the side, clutching his stomach. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had lost all hope. He had forgotten all about being flexible and being amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He only wanted a quick end. "What do you want in exchange for the antidote? Tell me. This prince can afford to lose." He roared angrily. Gu looked back and gave him a disdainful glance. "Wait. I'll tell you when I catch another too. The pain in your stomach won't kill you. What are you afraid of?" Although the poison in his stomach was not fatal, from Jun Yixie's experience, it was a slow and fatal poison. To put it bluntly, it was a pain that could kill or starve a person to death. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? "All right, this prince will wait." He gave in again. Unfortunately, Gu did not catch a single lobster for the following day and night. The difficulty of catching lobsters in the illusory sea lake was not a joke. For the entire day and night, Jun Yixie's stomach was in a constant state of pain. Not to mention eating, he even vomited out water. Jun Yixie, who was already in a sorry state, was tormented by the pain and hunger until he was neither human nor ghost. He had never dreamed that he would have such a day. He finally began to feel regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have. Gu was extremely relaxed. He fixed the fishing rod and then set up a stove by the lake. He even used two pots. One was cooking, the other. He was actually cooking the mouth-watering red braised pork. Seriously enough, after cooking, he scooped a bowl of rice and covered it with the red braised pork before placing it in front of Jun Yixie. "Here. Don't worry, eat it. It's not poisonous." Finally, Jun Yixie could not take it anymore. He fiercely pulled it out and roared, "Fuck you, what do you want? If you want to kill me, do it." Gu was not angry and asked seriously, "It's very fragrant. Are you sure you don't want to eat it?" Jun Yixie felt like he had punched cotton. He was angry to death, but it did not matter to others. He was so angry that a breath of air was stuck in his chest, neither going up nor down, and he almost fainted. Even though he didn't know who this guy was, he was sure that this guy was the best of the best, the worst of the worst. "Forget it if you don't want to eat." Gu Qishao shrugged his shoulders and retreated to sit down. He began to eat with relish before continuing to fish for lobsters. Jun Yixie looked on helplessly, unable to say a word. Finally, on the third day, Gu caught 3 large lobsters. Jun Yixie collapsed by the lake because of the excessive pain. He was 30% unconscious and 70% awake. Gu packed the 3 lobsters and kicked the remaining ingredients into the illusory sea lake to feed the fish. Only then did he walk towards Jun Yixie. Jun Yixie was so tired that he did not have the strength to get up. He was already in despair and only had one question. "You. Who exactly are you? This prince and you. What enmity do we have?" He was not sure if he would die, but if he died, he had to know who killed him. Otherwise, how could he rest in peace? Gu walked closer and deliberately leaned in close to Jun Yixie. He suddenly lifted his mask. "Your Highness Sang-Froid Duke, long time no see." Jun Isye was very surprised to see this gorgeous and flirtatious face. He was stunned for a while before he said angrily, "Gu, it's you. It's this young master." Gu said with a smile. "You?" Jun Isye roared angrily. "What, are you going to bite me?" Gu smiled even more brilliantly. His narrowed eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. "This prince has no enmity with you. What do you mean by that?" Jun Isye still did not understand. At this moment, the smile in Gu's eyes stopped abruptly and was replaced by a sinister and ruthless expression. He changed his face faster than flipping a book. No one could imagine that a person who smiled so brilliantly could have such a ruthless and cruel side. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Because, Han Yunshi, this young master will kill anyone who hurts her without mercy." When he said this, Jun Isye actually laughed loudly. "What a joke, what a pity! Gu, you've taken a fancy to that married woman, haven't you?" "Nonsense, isn't it obvious?" Gu asked with a sneer. Jun Isye wanted to attack him, but there was no way. Jun Isye's pale lips curled into a mocking smile. "If you have the ability, go fight with Long Feiyi. Why are you trying to be a hero in front of this prince? This young master likes to be a hero in front of you, so what? Oh right, this young master forgot to tell you. There's still one more day before your stomach starts to fester. It'll spread to your internal organs in half a day." As Gu spoke, he stood up and sighed with emotion. Sigh. "It's such a pity that the dignified Duke of Kong, the sect master of the 100 Poisons sect, is going to die on Fishery Island just like that." Jun Isye had always been hoping that the poison in his stomach would be fatal, but who knew that it would actually be fatal? "Gu, how dare you!" He struggled to stand up, but soon fell to his knees again. He had been tortured to the point where he had no strength left. Even if he were to risk everything and violate the taboo of Fishery Island and perish together with Gu, he was powerless to do so. Gu glanced at him disdainfully and said, "Just wait for your death." So speaking, he picked up the 3 giant lobsters on his back and left without looking back. Actually, he wanted to play with Jun Isye for a few more days, but he caught the lobsters faster than planned. He had to deliver them to Poison Lass before they were still fresh. Nothing was more important than that. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he'd visited Tianning's capital city to see his Poison Lass. That day, Gu Qishao heartlessly left Fishery Island, leaving Jun Isye to struggle at death's door by himself as he hovered on the brink of death. However, to everyone's surprise, fog suddenly appeared on the sea around Fishing Boat Island that night. Judging from the location of the island, there was only one type of fog that would appear here: topographic fog. Although visibility was low, it didn't last long. The Bailey Navy had been guarding the island for 3 months, so they were naturally prepared to deal with the fog. As soon as the fog appeared, they immediately increased their illumination and increased their defenses around the island's coastline. The Bailey Navy's only job was to keep an eye on the shoreline and prevent Jun Isye from leaving. Thus, it wasn't much of a problem under these conditions. But who would have thought that this fog was actually poisonous? Chapter 438. The fog was very similar to the ones that had appeared before. It enveloped Fishery Island and the sea around it. The Bailey Navy's defenses were in order. Every movement along the shoreline of Fishery Island was under surveillance, whether it was on land or in the sea. But soon, something strange happened. The sentries on the decks of several warships suddenly fainted. The doctor on board was shocked when he arrived. "This is bad. The fog is poisonous." "This is a sign of poisoning, but the toxicity is unknown." Bailey Yuchi, the 3rd son of Bailey DeLong, who was sitting on the main warship, slapped his thigh when he heard the news. "This is bad. The sea was so wide and it wasn't a canyon or a place with special airflow. It couldn't have been a natural poison fog. In other words, this poison fog was man-made." Jun Isye was an expert in poisons and had the powerful 100 Poisons sect behind him. In the end, trapping Jun Ishia was different from trapping anyone else. In the past, he and his father had asked Qin Wangfei about the poison attack. Esteemed Wang Fei had said that Jun Ishia and the 100 Poisons sect had no way of attacking the navy in such a wide expanse of water. Moreover, the navy had surrounded Fishery Island and was a certain distance away from it. The sea between them was a natural barrier. Even if Jun Ishia had a powerful poison, he couldn't use it. In short, esteemed Wang Fei told them not to worry. But who would have thought that something like this would happen 3 months later? Third Master, it can't be the 100 Poisons sect. Could it be that some expert has come to save Jun Ishia? Lieutenant Generals was said anxiously. If the 100 Poisons sect had the ability to attack with poison, why would they wait for so long and let Jun Ishia suffer so much? No matter who it is, they're in big trouble. The Bailey Navy was completely defenseless against poison attacks. Bailey Yuchi panicked, but he made a prompt decision to sound the alarm and put all the warships on alert. He ordered all the crew to wear masks and burn mugwort in an attempt to disperse the poison fog. He personally wrote the letter and used the eagle his father had left him, hoping to deliver the news to His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei as soon as possible. But who would have thought that not long after, the poisonous fog would cover the entire fleet? As soon as the eagle flew out, it quickly fell into the sea. Bailey Yuchi's heart sank when he saw this. In this situation, the news could not be sent out for the time being. The masks seemed to be ineffective. Many of the sentries on the deck fainted. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. Third Young Master, what should we do? Should we close the cabin? The Deputy General asked. At the front line were the sentries, followed by the archers. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before the archers were poisoned as well. The poisonous fog was everywhere, and the only way to escape was to hide in the cabin, close the doors and windows, and wait for the poisonous fog to disperse. As soon as the Deputy General said this, Bailey Yuchi immediately slapped him. Bastard! Aren't we being trampled on? If they retreated, not only would Jun Ishia escape, the ship would also be destroyed. The Deputy General rubbed his head. Although he was afraid, he had no choice but to ask, then what should we do now? If they didn't hide, they would be exposed to the poisonous fog. Who knew how many people would faint and how long they would be unconscious for? It was undeniable that poison was a terrifying skill, and a large-scale poison attack was even more terrifying. It could almost destroy an entire army. Bailey Yuchi had no choice but to cast a questioning glance at the 2 military doctors beside him. Third Young Master, this subordinate's guess is that the poisonous fog doesn't seem to be highly toxic. Dr. Li was very cautious, but Dr. Chun decisively said, in this subordinate's opinion, the poisonous fog isn't highly toxic, and it won't cause everyone to be poisoned. It's very likely that it's just a bluff. What do you mean? Bailey Yuchi hurriedly asked. Esteemed Wang Fei said that the sea around Fishery Island is very special. The sea breeze is very smooth and the ocean currents are very smooth. It's very difficult to poison people in the sea or in the air. Even she can't do it. This subordinate's guess is that the poisonous fog won't last for long and will disperse very soon. Based on the current situation, less than 10 people have fainted from the poison, and the signs of poisoning are only fainting. It's clear that the poison isn't highly toxic. It's unlikely that they'll lose their lives, Dr. Chen analyzed in detail. Bailey Yuchi had more or less considered the same thing, so he was even more certain after hearing Dr. Chen's words. He immediately ordered, men, pass on this general's order. The poisonous fog isn't fatal. It'll disperse very soon, so don't panic. Send more men to keep an eye on Fishery Island. After calming down the troops and increasing their defenses, Bailey Yuchi went down to the cabin alone. A group of very professional navy was stationed at the bottom of the main warship, the Mermaid Army. Although there weren't many mermaids, they were the true Bailey Navy. They were familiar with everything in the sea and could live freely in the sea. They were the Bailey clan's honor and representative, as well as the clan's most secret power. Bailey Yuchi handed the secret letter he'd written to a mermaid soldier and instructed seriously, "You must deliver this to my master as soon as possible." Naturally, he was referring to His Highness Duke of Qin, whom the Bailey Navy was loyal to. Understood. The mermaid soldier obeyed and dove into the sea. Even if the eagles were blocked, there was still a way out in the sea. The poisoner probably couldn't guard against that. Very soon, the mermaid soldiers left Fishery Island and headed towards Cloud Realm continent. But things weren't looking good for the Bailey Navy. Dr. Chen's guesses weren't entirely correct. The poisonous fog really wasn't lethal, but it took a long time to disperse. Almost 2 hours had passed since the fog appeared. More and more soldiers fainted, and more archers fell to the ground. As time went on, more and more of the poisoned soldiers and archers were poisoned. Although they were able to fill in the gaps in time, there were still gaps. Towards the end, even Bailey Yuchi began to feel uncomfortable. Although he didn't want to go back to the cabin, he couldn't collapse as a deputy general. He quickly returned to his cabin and took a few puffs of mugwort tobacco before feeling better. "Third young master, if this keeps up, we won't have enough men." As soon as General Zhou finished speaking, another general rushed over with a report. "Third young master, it's bad." 2 of the archers retreated into the cabin. Bailey Yuchi grew alarmed. "Drag them out and execute them in front of everyone." In the army, the worst taboo wasn't losing, but shrinking back. This was especially true at a critical moment like this. As soon as someone shrank back, it would shake the morale of the entire army. Once that happened, even the strongest army would fall apart. "They've already been executed, but those cowards are all asking when the poison fog will disperse," General Zhou said helplessly. The fact that the fog hadn't dispersed for so long made the soldiers suspicious. They even began to question the poison's lethality. Ignoring his discomfort, Bailey Yuchi strode forward and roared, "Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. What's the point of having such cowardly cowards at a time like this? I'm telling you now, if you want to retreat, this old man will personally kill you and feed you to the fishes. Brothers who can hold on, the Bailey army and His Highness Duke of Qin won't treat you unfairly." His words restored much of the soldiers' morale. But they couldn't do without morale, nor could they do without it. The Bailey Navy held on for a full 4 hours. It was almost dawn, but the poison fog still hadn't dispersed. A large number of archers and Navy soldiers had already lost consciousness. The remaining troops weren't enough to defend Fishery Island. Bailey Yuchi had long since gone to Fishery Island. Even if he couldn't defend the shoreline, he could at least protect Jun Yixie. Unfortunately, he hadn't even found Jun Yixie before he fainted in the coconut grove on Fishery Island. If Jun Yixie was still awake, he would have been shocked by the poison fog as well. Unfortunately, he'd already been rescued and was lying on a mysterious fishing boat far away from Fishery Island, heading in the direction of Northernly. A mysterious expert had unknowingly rescued him long ago. The poison fog gradually dissipated at daybreak. The Navy and archers gradually regained consciousness, including Bailey Yuchi. They quickly discovered traces of a ship on the shoal of the harbor. Jun Yixie had been rescued. Bailey Yuchi stared blankly for a moment, then rushed back to the main warship's cabin and shouted angrily, "Didn't I tell you last night to guard the sea?" The mermaid soldiers guarded the surface of the sea. As long as a ship appeared, they were to capsize it. "Third young master, that person's ship is poisonous. Wherever it goes, the seawater will be contaminated. We can't approach it at all. We've already sent people to follow it, but we can only follow it from afar. Without His Highness Duke of Qin's orders, we don't dare to show ourselves." The mermaid captain replied helplessly. He was right. Mermaids had a special status. They couldn't even show their faces, let alone fight. Following them from afar was already their bottom line. If they were discovered, the losses would outweigh the gains. Bailey Yuchi's anger subsided. He sighed repeatedly. I can only blame myself for not finding Jun Yi-xie sooner. Third young master, the newcomer's poison skills are extremely high. I doubt even esteemed Wang Fei would be a match for him, the mermaid captain said seriously. Bailey Yuchi didn't have time to think too much. He immediately wrote down the situation and sent a messenger pigeon back. After trapping Jun Yi-xie for 3 months, Jun Yi-xie was about to go crazy from exhaustion. But he'd actually escaped in a single night. He didn't know how His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei would react when they received this news. The mermaid soldier who delivered the secret letter was still on the way, and so was the messenger pigeon. Even Gu, who'd given Jun Yi-xie a hard time, was still on his way back. He was counting on his fingers to calculate when Jun Yi-xie would die from the poison. How could he have imagined that Jun Yi-xie would rescue him less than half a day after he'd left? At this time, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were also completely unaware of this. After Long Feiyi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate from the Medicine Ghost Valley, he investigated the matter of the furnace explosion. Bailey Mingxiang was still recuperating in his room, while Han Yunxi was in the study studying the charcoal ashes. After Long Feiyi analyzed the situation with her, he said coldly, "If it's not Zhao Mama, then it's Su Xiaoyu. In this prince's opinion, that little girl is the most suspicious. Your Highness, if the explosion was man-made, then Su Xiaoyu is most likely the culprit. However, we still can't be sure if the explosion was an accident or man-made," Han Yunxi said seriously. She had already secretly instructed Su Donglin to keep a close eye on Su Xiaoyu and Zhao Mama. Although she had her suspicions, she didn't want to wrongly accuse someone without sufficient evidence. She had tasted the feeling of being wrongly accused many times. Long Feiyi glanced at the charcoal ashes and his tone became even colder. Must you go through so much trouble? This woman had been analyzing these dirty things for several days. Didn't she find it annoying? I've already thought of a way. Give me another 2 or 3 days. I'll definitely be able to prove whether it was an accident or man-made. Han Yunxi was very confident. Although Long Feiyi wasn't willing and didn't have the patience, he finally obeyed Han Yunxi and even stayed in the study with her all day long. However, a day later, the mermaid soldier's secret letter arrived. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were both shocked. They were about to rush to Yuzhou Island when the messenger pigeon arrived. After Long Feiyi finished reading the letter, his face, which had been warm for 2 days, completely turned cold. Jun Yi-xie has been rescued. Chapter 439. Jun Yi-xie was rescued? Han Yunxi was stunned by Long Feiyi's words. When did this happen? The night of the poison fog. Long Feiyi showed Han Yunxi the letter delivered by flying pigeon. Han Yunxi's expression grew heavy as soon as she finished reading. Your Highness, whoever rescued Jun Yi-xie must be a poison expert. I'm afraid even I wouldn't be able to deal with him. Long Feiyi naturally knew of his opponent's skills, but he was still surprised by Han Yunxi's words. As far as he knew, the woman by his side was Cloud Realm Continent's top poisons master. It's impossible for an ordinary person to control such a large amount of poison fog, Han Yunxi remarked. When she read the first letter, she thought that Jun Yi-xie might not have been able to escape despite the poison fog. Because of the natural conditions of Fishery Island, it was already unthinkable for a man-made poison fog to appear. To maintain the fog's duration and control its toxicity was even more impossible. She assumed that the Bailey Navy would be able to hold out against the fog. But Jun Yi-xie was rescued that very night. As a top poisons master herself, she couldn't imagine that the poison fog could have been controlled by someone else. What kind of person was the manipulator? Long Feiyi's expression was gloomy the entire time. If not for Fishery Island's rules forbidding martial arts, he would have killed Jun Yi-xie long ago. Why would he waste so much effort? After being trapped for 3 months, he had planned to keep Jun Yixie trapped until he died. Who knew something like this would happen instead? After pacing a few steps in the courtyard, Long Feiyi couldn't suppress his rage any longer. He punched the wall and roared, "Jun Yixie, your lordship will make you pay an even greater price." Han Yunxi's rage vanished at the sight of this furious man. Instead, she felt like laughing. It was actually a kind of happiness to see the person you liked get angry because of you. Of course, Han Yunxi didn't dare to laugh out loud. She didn't dare to let Long Feiyi know what she was thinking. "Your Highness, we still have to make a trip. I'll go take a look at those poison marines," Han Yunxi said seriously. Long Feiyi just nodded. He was so unhappy that he didn't say anything. They had no choice but to set aside the matter of the furnace explosion for now. After instructing Chu Shifeng to keep a close eye on Su Xiaoyu and Zhao Mama, Long Feiyi took Han Yunxi and left the capital for Fishery Island. He would naturally deal with Jun Yixie in the future, but the most important thing right now was to figure out what was going on with that poisonous fog and who exactly saved Jun Yixie. It was not a good thing that Jun Yixie had the help of such an expert. After hearing that His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei were going on a long journey, Su Xiaoyu was thrilled. She finally had a chance to go out. But her heart withered as soon as she saw Chu Shifeng outside the leisurely cloud pavilion. She couldn't go out. Ever since the furnace explosion, she hadn't found a chance to leave the estate. She had agreed to meet her master in the middle of the month, but now it was the end of the month and she still hadn't reported back. She couldn't even send word out. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have been so impulsive. Although His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei hadn't mentioned the explosion recently, she still felt uneasy. Especially after His Highness Duke of Qin's return, she felt even more fearful. She really wanted to run away, but that would expose her identity. Moreover, she might not be able to escape. She had no choice but to keep waiting and think of a way out. Currently, Chu Tianyin was waiting for Su Xiaoyu angrily. "Young master, why don't this subordinate go take a look at the Duke of Qin's estate tonight?" the guard asked in a low voice. Chu Tianyin immediately kicked him. "Idiot, do you think the Duke of Qin's estate is a place you can visit? If it was that easy, he would have gone long ago. Why wait here?" Su Xiaoyu wasn't the type to be late, so she must have gotten caught up in something important at the Duke of Qin's estate. Although Chu Tianyin was anxious, all he could do was wait. As a last resort, he could only abandon Su Xiaoyu as a chess piece. This time, he had an important mission in Tianning's capital city. He couldn't afford to lose sight of the big picture for the sake of small gains and alert the snake in the grass. Once their identities were suspected, everything would be over. The guard silently crawled to his feet, not daring to utter a peep. Soon enough, Chu Qingge arrived. Under Chu Tianyin's tutelage, Chu Qingge had already turned all of the servants in her palace into docile, loyal servants. She'd even gotten on good terms with eunuch Luo, Emperor Tianhui's personal guard. Today, she'd borrowed the chance to leave the palace to pay respects to Buddha to sneak in here. "Big bro, you guessed right. Noble consort Shui, that slut, slandered me in Tianhui's ear last night. Eunuch Luo told me everything," Chu Qingge said hatefully. "Tianhui's already doted on noble consort Shui, but he still hasn't gone to your palace?" Chu Tianyin creased his brows. Emperor Tianhui liked Chu Qingge very much, but he still hadn't doted on her yet. At the mention of this, Chu Qingge's eyes turned red. This was the last thing she wanted to face. Fortunately, Emperor Tianhui had just recovered from a serious illness when she married into the family. He was still recuperating from his illness and couldn't make love to her. Moreover, Emperor Tianhui cherished his life and had strong self-control when it came to his health. Of course, Emperor Tianhui would recover eventually, but Chu Qingge didn't want to dwell on this nightmare for now. After a while, Chu Qingge replied unhappily, "It was that slut who went to the imperial study to deliver ginseng soup." She forcefully kept him company for a while, but Tianhui cherished his life so much that he didn't touch her. Besides Gu Beiwei, which other imperial physician is familiar with Tianhui's condition? Chu Tianyin asked. Of course, he wasn't asking Chu Qingge, but the advisor by his side. Last time Chu Tianyin had returned to Tianning's capital, he'd made plenty of preparations and found a few advisors familiar with Tianning's imperial court. Tianhui's always used Gu Beiwei. When Gu Beiwei asked for leave, he recommended an imperial physician Huang. As this one understands, noble consort Shui tried to bribe him multiple times, but was tactfully refused every time. The advisor replied immediately. I'll try, Chu Qingge said immediately. Chu Tianyin glared at her unhappily. How many times have I told you to think thrice before you speak? Chu Qingge shut her mouth resentfully. Actually, her heart was filled with displeasure. She didn't want to marry, much less serve as a chess piece, but her father had long given her a death sentence. With her father's personality, she'd be done for the rest of her life if she refused. She comforted herself by telling herself that she'd at least have a chance to take revenge on Han Yunxi. At least she could see the Duke of Qin. Her father and big brother both said that the Chu clan wanted Tianning's throne, but she always felt that things weren't that simple. She'd asked them countless times, but neither of them had said much. She was too lazy to ask either. She'd agree to any of her big brother's requests, but anything that involved Han Yunxi, no way. I'll take care of Imperial Physician Huang. Qingge, has Mu Luiyue come looking for you recently? Chu Tianyin asked next. No, Chu Qingge denied immediately. Did she or didn't she? Chu Tianyin asked again. Yes. She came looking for me just yesterday, Chu Qingge said angrily. Mu Luiyue came looking for her every 2 to 3 days to discuss how to deal with Han Yunxi. Although all of her suggestions were idiotic, Chu Qingge still cherished having a comrade in the palace who hated a common enemy. Mu Luiyue is one of Empress Dowager Li's chess pieces. Don't tell her about us, Chu Tianyin said seriously. And also, I'll warn you one last time. Don't waste your time on Qin Wangfei. She comes looking for me every day to talk about Han Yunxi. Am I supposed to chase her out? Chu Qingge retorted coldly. Chu Tianyin laughed disdainfully. Keep messing around for now. When the time is right, see how your big brother uses this crown prince consort to topple Empress Dowager Li. Chu Qingge nodded. Of course she believed that her big brother had the skills. As for his warning, she'd simply ignored it. A storm was brewing in Tianning's imperial harem. It was impossible to predict whether Han Yunxi would be dragged into it again. At the very least, she'd never considered any of the women in Emperor Tianhui's harem worthy of her attention. A few days after leaving Tianning's capital city, she and Long Feiyi finally set sail out to sea. The Bailey Navy hadn't retreated, so news of Jun Yixie's escape was still unknown to everyone, including Gu. Gu had already come ashore and disappeared with the bear Chuan. Mu Ling-er was close to tears trying to find him. As for Jun Yixie, he was still unconscious. On the vast seas, an unremarkable fishing boat bobbed along with the wave. None of the ships passing by gave it a second glance, thinking it was just an ordinary fishing boat returning from the open seas. But Jun Yixie was lying in the cabin of the boat. A yellow-robed girl was sitting by his side, inserting needles into his shoulder. She looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, petite and thin. Her large eyes seemed to speak with their own eyes, giving her a very strange appearance. Once she was done, she hugged her knees and waited on one side. But soon enough, she couldn't sit still any longer and pinched Jun Yixie's nose. Senior brother, we're almost ashore. It's time to wake up. Jun Yixie was already in a daze and was about to wake up. His breathing stopped, and he immediately opened his eyes. He looked at the yellow-robed girl in confusion and slowly closed his eyes. But soon, he opened them again and cried out in surprise, "Yu Qiao!" Bai Yu Qiao chuckled. Instead of letting go, He pinched Jun Yixie's nose even harder. Jun Yixie unceremoniously opened the bag, touched his stomach, looked around, and immediately got up and walked out of the cabin. He knew he had left Fishery Island, and the poison in his stomach had been cured. "Where's Master?" Jun Yixie asked coldly. He knew Bai Yuqiao didn't have the ability to save him from Fishery Island, nor did he have the ability to cure the poison in his stomach. But there was one person who could definitely do it, and that was his father's ally, the former leader of the 100 Poisons sect, Bai Qinyan. When he was 3 years old, his father died of illness and entrusted him to Bai Qinyan. Bai Qinyan took him as his disciple and treated him as his own. But when he was 13, Bai Qinyan disappeared after handing him over to the Northern Dynasty's emperors. He had searched for him over the years, but there was no news. He never expected that his master would come to his rescue at this time. Presumably, his master had been keeping an eye on him. Bai Yuqiao was his master's adopted daughter, and his junior sister. This little girl was young, but she was quite capable. She had matured early since she was a child. Usually, when he wasn't in the 100 Poisons sect, she could manage it well. Master said you were almost poisoned to death and humiliated him. He doesn't want to see you. Bai Yuqiao chuckled and asked, "Senior brother, who poisoned your shoulder? Let me tell you a secret. Even Master can't cure the poison. He took some blood back to study it." Chapter 440. Jun Yixie didn't even look at Bai Yuqiao as he plucked out the needles one by one from his shoulder. "Where's Master?" Bai Yuqiao circled in front of him and giggled. Beg me and I'll tell you." Jun Yixie had been in a bad mood recently. Hearing these words, he immediately raised his hand to slap Bai Yuqiao. Bai Yuqiao understood his senior brother all too well and had long since hidden far away. "Master's waiting for you at the harbor." Jun Yixie warned her with a fierce glare, then turned to look at the sea. He remained silent the entire way. That very night the ship docked at the shore. As soon as he was on shore, he didn't seek out his master or tidy himself up. Instead, he contacted his subordinates and ordered them to do 3 things. The first was to announce that Northern Li's Duke of Kong had successfully broken through the Bailey Navy's encirclement and left Fishery Island. The second was to send men to the City of Daughters and Carefree City to hire a large number of assassins to hunt down Gu. The third was to order a lockdown on all of Ouyang Ningnua's businesses in Northern Li and cut off all dealings with the Tianing Merchant Guild. Since he, Jun Yixie, had left Fishery Island alive, he wouldn't spare anyone who had humiliated and betrayed him. After finishing these 3 tasks, Jun Yixie cleaned himself up before having Bai Yuqiao lead the way to see Bai Qinyan. On the way, Jun Yixie finally spoke to Bai Yuqiao. "When did Master come back?" he asked in a low voice. "Just a few days ago. He suddenly showed up at the 100 Poisons sect. I had a fright too," Bai Yuqiao smiled. She had been guarding the 100 Poisons sect the entire time. She had to guard against the harassment from Medical City and think of a way to rescue Jun Yixie at the same time. "Did he say anything?" Jun Yixie asked. Bai Yuqiao shook his head. "It's not like you don't know his character. Anyway, he's just like you. He won't talk nonsense with me." Jun Yixie rolled his eyes at her. Then, he asked his master how he could get him out of Yuzhou Island. As soon as Bai Yuqiao mentioned the poisonous fog, Jun Yixie knew that his master's poison skills had improved. Having not seen each other for so many years, Jun Yixie was a little timid when he arrived at the door. His father had passed away when he was 3 years old. In fact, in his heart, his master had always been his father. However, he had never understood why his master had left when he was 13. Jun Yixie was still hesitating when a deep voice sounded from inside the room. "Is that Little Xie?" Little Xie was a hilariously childish name. Even the Northern Dynasty's emperors wouldn't call him that, but his master still called him that. A trace of sadness flashed past Jun Yixie's arrogant eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He pushed open the door and strode inside. Inside, he saw a man in his 40s sitting by the tea table. Although he had a full beard, he didn't look old at all. Instead, he exuded the aura of a mature man. His deep, black eyes seemed calm, but hid a sharp, penetrating gaze. He was dressed in simple gray robes and sat there leisurely, but gave off an indescribable pressure. They were both of the same age, but Emperor Tianhui would probably be a cut below him if he stood before him. Jun Yixie walked up to him and respectfully bowed with clasped hands. "Master, long time no see. Your disciple has missed you." Bai Qingyan personally helped him to his feet and said, "If Master had been a step late, wouldn't you have lost your little life?" The poisoner was a fellow called Gu. His origins are unclear. I've fought him before, but I didn't know his poison skills were so formidable. Jun Yixie said seriously. That poison was indeed formidable. Most likely, that fellow's poison skills far exceed yours. As Bai Yanqing spoke, he gestured for Jun Yixie to sit down. Ning Jing was as indifferent as a reclusive grandmaster over 100 years old. The poison on this disciple's shoulder. Before Jun Yixie could finish, Bai Yanqing took out a blackened needle. "Even Master can't cure this poison. It looks like you should avoid offending that woman." "Master knows it's Han Yunxi too?" Jun Yixie was puzzled. "I only heard about it after I left the mountains," Bai Qingyan replied. Jun Yixie lowered his voice. "Master, the Shadow Clan members are risking their lives to protect her. Moreover, the poison sex poison beast is in her hands." Bai Qingyan's eyes finally flickered. "What do you mean?" "This woman is very likely a descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan. This disciple has been investigating her background this entire time, but unfortunately, all the clues have been erased." Jun Yixie continued, "But Western Qin's imperial clan was clearly extinct back then. Perhaps this disciple is overthinking things. That Shadow Clan member is only after the poison beast." Western Qin's imperial clan. Bai Qingyan muttered to himself. "I didn't think someone from the Shadow Clan would still be alive today. Master, this disciple once tried to rope him in, but unfortunately." Jun Yixie said regretfully. "Did you expose your identity?" Bai Qingyan grew anxious. "Master, don't worry. Aside from the Northern Dynasty's emperors, no one else knows of our identities," Jun Yixie replied seriously. "It was because of his and his master's special status that the Northern Dynasty's emperors had indulged him and given him so much authority. He was from the Black Clan, one of the 7 noble families. Back then, it was his grandfather, the Black Clan's youngest general, who shot and killed the last descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan. It was the Black Clan that instigated the relationship between Western Qin's imperial clan and East Qin's imperial clan, causing the Great Qin's War. The Black Clan was the most ambitious of the 7 noble families. They instigated a civil war between the 2 imperial clans, but unfortunately, they were unable to clean up the mess. In the end, they suffered heavy losses and were forced to live in seclusion. As for his master, he was from the Wind Clan, one of the 7 noble families. The Wind Clan and the Black Clan had always been allies. His father and his master were as close as brothers. His father entrusted him to his master, hoping that they could work together to realize the Black Clan's unfinished business. His master entrusted him to the Northern Dynasty's emperors and used his status as a member of the 7 noble families to tempt the Northern Dynasty's emperors, promising to conquer the world for the Northern Dynasty's emperors. He simply wanted to use Northernly country as a stepping stone. Jun Yixie originally thought that the Western Qin's imperial clan and East Qin's imperial clan had been exterminated, and the 7 noble families had mostly hidden themselves from the world. The world would eventually belong to his Black Clan. However, the appearance of the white-clothed prince from the Shadow Clan and Han Yunxi made him feel threatened. He had never used the Shadow Clan to cause trouble for Han Yunxi because he was worried. He had always wanted to find his master to discuss this matter, but unfortunately, he couldn't find him. Fortunately, his master had come. Bai Qinyan was silent. He tapped the table with one hand, thinking about something. Jun Yixia looked at him, not daring to disturb him. After a long time, Bai Qinyan finally raised his eyes and murmured, "You go back to Northernly first and investigate the situation at South Ning's horse farms. As for Han Yunshi and the Shadow Clan, let your master investigate first before we discuss further." Hearing this, Jun Yixia was shocked. What happened to the southern horse farm? At this time, Bai Yuqiao, who had been obediently waiting on the side, finally opened his mouth and told him about the plague at the southern horse farm. The plague had already spread beyond the southern horse farm and affected the surrounding ranches. The northern dynasty's emperors were about to go crazy. Jun Yixia finally understood why the northernly emperor hadn't sent troops to save him. It was because something so big had happened. The horse farm and the ranches were the lifelines of northernly. "I'm afraid there's something fishy about this, right?" Jun Yixia asked suspiciously. "No matter what you want to do, you have to take care of your stepping stone. Take Yuqiao with you. From now on, Yuqiao will follow you. You don't have to worry about the 100 Poisons sect," Bai Qinyan said seriously. Bai Yuqiao was overjoyed and quickly bowed. "Thank you, master. This disciple understands. This disciple will immediately set out." Jun Yixia's attitude was sincere without the slightest hint of pretense. He had always obeyed his master's orders 100% of the time. On the third day after Jun Yixia rushed to Northern Li's capital, news of his escape from Fishery Island had spread throughout the Tianing continent. Some people applauded, some stamped their feet, while others treated it as a show. Of course, there were still plenty of people waiting to see what would happen next. How could Tianing's Duke of Qin give up so easily? How could Northern Li's Duke of Kong not seek revenge? No one knew how Gu would react to the news, but Mu Ling only had one reaction when she heard the news. She turned towards the vast ocean and cursed, "Jun Yixia, why don't you just die?" For the sake of finding Qi Big Brother, she had already made a trip to the 100 Poisons sect. After failing to find him, she decided to head out to sea for Fishery Island. No matter what Qi Big Brother was planning or scheming, he'd come looking for Jun Yixia eventually. Who knew that Jun Yixia would escape before she even reached Fishery Island? If Jun Yixia escaped, then Qi Big Brother wouldn't come back. She was seasick. She'd spent a day on the sea, but now she'd wasted it. Now she had to turn back and chase after Jun Yixia's whereabouts. By now, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi had already reached Fishery Island. Han Yunshi was currently examining the unconscious marines and archers who'd been poisoned by the fog. There were quite a few unconscious marines and archers, and they'd all been unconscious for different periods of time. Han Yunshi examined them in batches and made detailed note. She didn't say a word during the entire process. The atmosphere was so solemn that even Bailey Yuqi didn't dare to speak. He glanced at His Highness Duke of Qin countless times, only to see him sitting on one side and admiring his esteemed Wang Fei as if she were a work of art. Bailey Yuqi thought that His Highness Duke of Qin would be in a better mood with esteemed Wang Fei around. Would he give him a lighter punishment later? However, reality proved that Bailey Yuqi was right. Qin Wang Fei was their savior. "Your Highness, I underestimated the enemy. Even you wouldn't be able to endure this kind of poisonous fog for too long," Han Yunshi said bluntly. Bailey Yuqi was so shocked that he almost fell over. Fortunately, the marines and archers had all retreated, so he was the only one present. Otherwise, His Highness Duke of Qin would lose all face. He'd thought that His Highness Duke of Qin would be displeased, but he'd only nodded and said nothing. Han Yunshi sat down and drank a cup of tea. Just as she was about to speak, Long Feiyi gestured for Bailey Yuqi to withdraw. There really wasn't any punishment. Bailey Yuqi thought to himself that he had to properly support esteemed Wang Fei in the future. Only by following esteemed Wang Fei would he have a stable life. Once everyone had left, Han Yunshi finally spoke. Your Highness, although I can detoxify this poisonous fog, the poisoner's poison skills are far above mine and Jun Yixie's. This concubine thinks that this person might be Jun Yixie's master? Jun Yixie had always been the leader of Cloud Realm Continent's poison world. She was an outsider, so many people had wondered where she'd gotten her poison skills from. Even Long Feiyi had questioned her. But she'd always wondered where Jun Yixie's poison skills had come from, and where Jun Yixie's poison skills had come from. Poison goo came from the poison sect, which was taboo in Medical City. Could the person who'd taught Jun Yixie be related to the poison sect? For the readers, Genius Little Poison Consort's official WeChat account, Tienkexia Dufii. There are wonderful reviews waiting for you every day, so hurry up and subscribe. Chapter 441. Actually, it wasn't just Han Yunshi who suspected Jun Yixie's poison skills. Long Feiyi had been investigating the matter for a long time as well. Long Feiyi wasn't just curious about Jun Yixie's poison skills, but also about Jun Yixie's background. Long Feiyi had already investigated the 100 Poisons sect more than once. Unfortunately, the sect was so mysterious that he hadn't been able to find any useful information. Last time, Medical City had been causing trouble for the 100 Poisons sect because of Jun Yixie's goo arts and the fact that he'd planted goo in Long Tianma. Unfortunately, Medical City hadn't been able to topple the 100 Poisons sect even after a year. The 100 Poisons sect was a hidden power that didn't rely too much on the secular world. Thus, they weren't restricted by Medical City much. On the other hand, Jun Yixie's situation was rather tragic. If Jun Yixie hadn't been exposed as a spy in Tianning last time, no one would know that he was the head of the 100 Poisons sect. His master must be the previous head of the 100 Poisons sect. Could this person be a member of the Poison sect? Long Feiyi asked doubtfully. Han Yunshi laughed. Your Highness, your imagination is a little wild. What do you mean? Long Feiyi didn't understand. Han Yunshi's smile grew even more joyful. I mean that you're thinking too much. Long Feiyi was expressionless. It looks like you're in a good mood? He was in a bad mood after Jun Yixie had escaped, but this woman was still in the mood to joke around. Han Yunshi resentfully withdrew her smile. Your Highness, if it was someone from the Poison sect who saved Jun Yixie, why would Jun Yixie waste so much effort to join forces with Duanmu Yao to search for the poison beast in the sky pit? At the very least, it has to be related to the Poison sect, Long Feiyi said mildly. The Poison sect was the main sect of Cloud Realm Continent's poison world, and the 100 Poisons sect was originally a branch of the Poison sect. Han Yunshi agreed with this point. She sighed with emotion. If my father really is a remnant of the Poison sect, then that's pretty good too. If her father was still alive and really was a remnant of the Poison sect, he might be able to help Long Feiyi. Han Yunshi's heart was on Long Feiyi's side. She always wanted to help him. Long Feiyi rolled his eyes at her. Madame Tianxin wouldn't leave your father for no reason. I only hope that he is not a heartless man, otherwise I will definitely kill him for my mother. Patricide? In Long Feiyi's eyes, this woman was not a truly ruthless person. Han Yunshi felt awkward. I mean if she wasn't the real Miss Han, so how could she kill her father? Fortunately, Long Feiyi didn't pursue the matter. They had already confirmed that Madame Tianxin was Mu Xin of Medicine City's Mu clan, but whether Mu Xin had an affair with a remnant of the Poison sect was a rumor still needed to be verified. Han Yunshi silently mused that if they couldn't find anything soon, they would have to make a trip to the Mu clan sooner or later. The two of them walked out of the cabin as they chatted. Long Feiyi gazed out at the vast sea and asked in confusion, how do you apply poison in such a wide area? The person who applied the poison must be very familiar with the weather, especially the direction of the wind, the strength of the wind, and the moisture in the air. They must have a very precise grasp of the poison's toxicity to control it. Han Yunxi's lips curved in self-mockery as she spoke. I don't know the specifics, but I can't do it. The direction of the wind, the strength of the wind. Long Feiyi muttered to himself, as if recalling something. To be able to control such a large area of poison fog, the person must be very familiar with the direction of the wind and the strength of the wind. Otherwise, the fog would quickly disperse with a single gust of wind. Han Yunxi explained seriously, not noticing the complicated look in Long Feiyi's eyes. In that case, wouldn't it be very difficult to guard against this person's poison attack? Long Feiyi asked again. He needed to be more careful when it came to things he wasn't skilled in. That's not necessarily the case. To apply poison on such a large scale, one must pay attention to the right time and place. The person who set up the poison fog must have been guarding this area for a long time. If another poison fog were to appear, it would take a while more to guard this area. However, Jun Yixie has such a helper, so we really can't be careless in the future, Han Yunxi explained. Not long after, the mermaid soldier who had been following Jun Yixie returned. Your Highness, Jun Yixie came ashore at Northernly's harbor. The one who saved him was a yellow-robed girl. When he reached Northernly, it was difficult for this subordinate to follow him, the mermaid soldier replied truthfully. A girl? Long Feiyi was very surprised. About 16 or 17 years old, the mermaid soldier replied. The person who applied the poison and the person who saved him should not be the same person, Han Yunxi said, then hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Highness, it's time to retreat. Jun Yixie had already reached Northernly, and the news had already been released. There was no use for them to stay here. Long Feiyi was very unwilling to give up. He couldn't wait to have the Bailey Navy attack Northernly directly. However, now was not the time. That afternoon, Long Feiyi had Bailey Yuchi make preparations to retreat. Such a large navy had stayed here for more than 3 months, so there was still a lot of work to do. Using this time, Han Yunxi seized the time to prepare medicine. This group of soldiers and archers seemed to be unharmed, but there was still some poison left in their bodies. Although these toxins would not act up again, Han Yunxi still wanted to get rid of them. Long Feiyi's soldiers must all be strong, and no risk was allowed to exist. Fortunately, there was the detoxification system. Otherwise, Han Yunxi would be busy to death. She was busy for the entire afternoon and didn't see Long Feiyi for the entire afternoon. She didn't know where he went. However, when it was time for dinner, Long Feiyi appeared as usual and brought a plate of steamed lobsters. Han Yunxi was dumbfounded. Your Highness, you went to fish for lobsters? At this time, lobsters were in season in Yuzhou Island's illusory sea lake. However, it was not something that could be caught overnight, so basically no one was willing to come. The mermaid soldiers sent it. They sent a basket. It's just right for you to nourish your body. Long Feiyi was very calm. He lifted his robe and sat down. Seeing that Han Yunxi was still standing there, he knocked on the seat beside him, indicating for her to sit down. The mermaid soldiers aren't afraid of being exposed. Han Yunxi was very surprised. The illusory sea lake was not frozen, so it was much easier for the mermaid soldiers to catch lobsters in the water. However, once they were seen by others, it would be a big problem. There's no one on the island. As Long Feiyi spoke, he picked up a piece of pink and chewy lobster meat. He originally wanted to put it in Han Yunxi's bowl, but seeing that she still wanted to say something, he directly stuffed it into her mouth. Han Yunxi, the foodie, immediately fell in love with it as soon as she ate it. Needless to say, the lobsters of Yuzhou Island lived up to their reputation. The meat was delicious and the texture was tough. Ordinary lobsters could not be compared to it. Anyway, it was fine as long as there was something to eat. It didn't matter where it came from. Han Yunxi soon ate with relish, and Long Feiyi looked quite satisfied at the side. These lobsters were indeed not caught by him, but by the mermaid soldiers. However, He was a guard for the mermaid soldiers and guarded the illusory sea lake alone for the whole afternoon. After Han Yunshi ate several pieces, she asked, "Your Highness, don't you want to eat?" Long Feiyi shook his head. "I don't like it very much." Han Yunshi was a foodie, but Long Feiyi was not. She was a carnivore, but Long Feiyi was very vegetarian. It had to be said that it was quite a tragedy for a foodie to meet a person who had no requirements for food, because they had no common language in the things they liked the most. However, Han Yunshi did not feel sad at all, because this guy who was not particular about food could always find a lot of things to nourish her body. Knowing Long Feiyi's habits, Han Yunshi did not persuade him anymore. Soon, she finished a steamed lobster alone. She thought that the lobsters were very big, so a basket could only hold 5 or 6 of them at most. Who knew that she would have lobsters for every meal for the next few days? Besides steamed lobsters, there were also boiled lobsters, roasted lobsters, salt and pepper lobsters, spicy lobsters, minced garlic lobsters, and so on. In any case, by the time they returned to Tianning's capital city, Han Yunshi wanted to vomit at the sight of ordinary lobsters, much less ordinary lobsters. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi threw a lobster to the kitchens as soon as they returned to the Duke of Qin's estate and told them to stew an old hen. Just who was it that told Long Feiyi that old hens were good for nourishing the body? "Please stand out, esteemed Wang Fei promises she won't beat you to death." The head chef of the kitchens held a chicken in his left hand and a lobster in his right, his face bewildered. He didn't know where to start. In all his years as a chef, he'd never heard of lobsters being used to stew an old hen. What would it taste like if they were stewed together? The head chef had no idea what it would taste like, much less Han Yunshi. But before the head chef finished stewing, Chu Shifeng suddenly reported, "Your Highness, something's happened at the hidden pavilion. It's better if you make a trip there." Long Feiyi didn't ask any questions, but told Han Yunshi to rest well before hurrying out the door. As soon as he reached the door, Chu Shifeng murmured, "Your Highness, Medicine Ghost Valley sent word that Bear Chuan's been looking for you. He says he wants you to go pick it up personally." "So fast?" Long Feiyi was surprised. "I don't know what's going on, but Gu Qisha wouldn't dare to extort you." Chu Shifeng paused, then added, "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei's side." Han Yunshi had asked Long Feiyi about the 15th, but Long Feiyi had told her that Gu Qisha hadn't found the medicine yet. Long Feiyi paused, then simply said, "Let's go." Master and servant set out that very night for Medicine Ghost Valley. But as soon as they were far enough away, Gu appeared at the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate. This time, he didn't climb over the walls, but openly knocked on the door with a large bag of items. But a group of guards appeared before the page boy who opened the door. His Highness Duke of Qin had ordered them to break Gu's legs as soon as he showed up. Gu swept his gaze around the room before chuckling. "Is this how your Duke of Qin's estate treats its guests?" "You're a guest too?" "Pa," the guard said bluntly. Gu Qishao's eyes turned fierce as he suddenly kicked out with his foot. The force of his kick sent the guard flying. "If Han Yunshi wasn't here, I wouldn't have come even if Long Feiyi begged me." "Impudence!" the leader of the guards roared angrily. More than a dozen guards behind him charged forward, while another dozen guards flew out from the side to surround Gu. A few guards wouldn't be able to beat Gu Qisha, but a large group of them could at least trample him a few times, right? Soon, Gu was surrounded by more than 30 guards, and a fierce battle ensued. But it wasn't long before Han Yunshi's voice rang out. "All of you, stop!" The hibiscus garden was located in the deepest part of the Duke of Qin's estate. No matter how loud the commotion at the gates was, it wouldn't affect that area. Han Yunshi had just rejected the lobster stewed with chicken and lobster from the kitchens. She was hiding in Bailey Mingxiang's room, preparing to use the leftover charcoal from the explosion to conduct an experiment. Su Donglin had already gone to report before she even started. Note to the reader, 2 corrections. First, Jun Yixie is from the Nether clan, not the Black clan. Yesterday, I wrote the wrong clan name. Second, my master's name is Bai Yanqing. In 439, there are 2 places where I wrote Bai Yanqing. Chapter 442. If it was in the past, the Duke of Qin's hidden guards would never listen to Han Yunshi. But now, with her command, everyone stop. Gu turned around from the encirclement and saw Han Yunshi standing at the doorway, slender and elegant. His murderous aura disappeared and was replaced with a smile. Poison lass, long time no see. Did you miss Qi, brother? How long had it been since he last saw this lass? He was the only one who knew what was going on. Han Yunshi was also thinking about how long it had been since she last saw this fellow. She almost couldn't remember the last time she saw him. She almost believed that this fellow wouldn't pester her anymore. Han Yunshi walked over. Long time no see. I thought I'd never see you again. So, you thought I was dead? Gu's smile became even more brilliant as he walked towards Han Yunshi. The hidden guards didn't want to retreat, but they were even more afraid of offending this princess consort than before. If they offended her, who would speak up for them in front of His Highness Duke of Qin in the future? Han Yunshi stopped in front of Gu and looked him up and down. She sighed softly. Ai, it's a pity that you're still alive. Gu looked very hurt as he stared at Han Yunshi. He shook his head and didn't speak. Han Yunshi didn't banter with him anymore. Do you need something from this princess consort? There's nothing special about a princess consort. It's not nice to call yourself that. Gu said seriously. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. You can continue fighting. Han Yunshi said and really turned to leave. Gu anxiously grabbed her hand in front of everyone. There's really something. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Yunshi flung his hand away as if she had been electrocuted. She angrily said, Don't touch me or I won't be polite. Although he was used to being rejected, Gu's heart still skipped a beat. He clearly felt that this girl was different from before. Although she was angry when he touched her before, she wasn't this angry. This time, there was a trace of disgust in her anger. Why did this happen? Han Yunshi didn't believe that men and women shouldn't touch each other, but after being with Long Feiyi for a long time, she unconsciously minded some things. Previously, she didn't think it was a big deal when they held hands. She just hated this guy's flirting. But now, she actually felt guilty towards Long Feiyi. She felt that she had done something wrong to him. She did not notice the disappointment in Gu's eyes as she urged, If you have something to say it quickly. Gu had already recovered his smile. This is an extremely important matter. Aren't you going to invite me to your residence to have a cup of tea before we talk? Please. Han Yunshi was very generous, but she was puzzled in her heart. This guy really knew how to pick the right time. The moment Long Feiyi left, he arrived right after. The shadow guard hurriedly came forward and whispered, Esteemed Princess Consort, His Highness has instructed. Since you're a guest, I will naturally explain to His Highness. Han Yunshi did not treat Gu as an enemy in her heart. Moreover, Gu said that there was an important matter. The shadow guard could only move aside. Gu specially tidied up his luxurious red robes and followed Han Yunshi into the Duke of Qin's residence. The shadow guards seemed to have dispersed, but they were all secretly watching. Han Yunshi brought Gu to the guest hall and served him tea. Gu took a few sips. This tea is just so. Han Yunshi directly asked the servant girl to remove the tea. She was too lazy to talk nonsense. What's the matter? Can you say it now? Who knew that Gu actually took out a tin of tea leaves? Red Nanshan. I know you like to drink it, so I specially brought it over. Red Nanshan was a special black tea from the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. It got its name because it was picked from the South Mountains of the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. This was Long Feiyi's favorite black tea. Han Yunshi had personally gone to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House to pick these tea leaves. Because of this, she was kidnapped by Jun Yixie's subordinate. Since then, Gu had always mistakenly thought that Han Yunshi liked to drink these tea leaves. Wasn't the heavenly fragrance tea house closed down? Where did you get it? Han Yunshi asked suspiciously. From another tea house. The tea is the same. Try it. Gu was very attentive. When had Han Yunshi ever received anything from Gu? She directly avoided it. What's the big matter? Are you going to tell me or not? I still have important things to do. Han Yunshi was indeed busy. She had already thought of a way to detect the explosives in the charcoal ashes. She only needed to do one more experiment to get the result. When Han Yunshi smiled at him, Gu smiled even more brightly. When Han Yunshi was angry at him, Gu was still able to smile. He opened the big bag that he had brought and mysteriously motioned for Han Yunshi to come over and take a look. Good stuff. You definitely won't be able to imagine it. Han Yunshi was curious. She stood up and came over. Who knew that when she saw the things in the bag, she would be so disgusted that she wanted to vomit? Giant lobsters. She hurriedly ran away. Take it away, take it away. It's too disgusting. Gu looked puzzled and confused. These are giant lobsters from Yuzhou Island. They're very nutritious. This young master was super lucky and only managed to catch 3 of them. He had originally planned to stay on Yuzhou Island for a month to fish for lobsters while poisoning Jun Yixie to death. Then he'd leave his corpse on the beach and throw it into the sea to feed the fish. If not for the fact that he wanted this last to eat something new, he would have stayed a few more days. Then he wouldn't have let Jun Yixie escape. Then he wouldn't have been chased down by multiple assassins before he even reached Tianning's capital. He had almost exposed his identity as a poison goo human in order to draw the assassins away. But this lass was telling him that it was disgusting? Gu had no idea that Han Yunshi had been eating giant lobsters for nearly 10 days now. She was already disgusted at the sight of them, so he really felt hurt. He stared silently at Han Yunshi for a long time without saying a word. It was also at this moment that Han Yunshi saw the darkness in Gu's eyes for the first time. She gave him a probing kick. Hey, Gu Qishao glanced at her without a word, then quietly tied up the bundle. Hey, that's the important matter you were talking about? Han Yunshi asked. Glutton, what's so important about eating? Gu looked askance at her, his tone still doting. Han Yunshi exhaled when she saw that this fellow was finally responding to her. She asked seriously, Gu, 7th Master, just what kind of important matter do you want to discuss with me? Gu chuckled. I don't want to talk about it now. Goodbye. So speaking, he picked up the large bag and turned to leave. Han Yunshi was flabbergasted. This should be the first time this fellow has left of his own accord. Could it be that he's really angry? Was he really angry because she rejected his giant lobsters? Han Yunshi didn't say a word the entire way to the door, but she couldn't help but burst into laughter. If she'd known things would turn out like this, she would have been more ruthless. If she'd angered this fellow, he might have stopped teasing her in the future. The shadow guards by her side were all puzzled as well. How could a demon like Gu leave so soon after coming in? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Gu left the Duke of Qin's estate before turning to look at Han Yunshi. His long, narrow eyes were still smiling brightly. Poison lass, maybe next time. Next time we meet, it'll definitely be something big. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Even Han Yunshi, who didn't trust him, could tell that something was amiss. She chased after him. Gu, just what do you want? Can't you talk properly? Gu waved her back. Take care of your body and wait for me. Han Yunshi was even more puzzled. She wanted to ask more questions, but Gu had already used his lightness techniques to leave. Did something big really happen? What does he want to do? Han Yunshi muttered to herself. She couldn't help but feel that Gu Qishao was different this time. After Gu left, the shadow guards sent a messenger pigeon to Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi and Chu Shifeng were still on their way to Medicine Ghost Valley. As soon as he read the letter, Long Fei Yi was both unhappy and bewildered. Gu hasn't shown his face in ages. Your Highness, I just heard the news yesterday. The City of Daughters and Carefree City's top assassins are all hunting him down. I don't know who he's offended, Chu Shifeng replied. Long Fei Yi only smiled coldly. If he hadn't offended the City of Daughters and Carefree City, he would have paid a sky-high price to hire assassins to kill Gu long ago. Han Yunshi actually invited him in for tea. Very well, he'd settle the score when he got back. It was already the middle of the night, but Long Fei Yi and Chu Shifeng didn't rest. Instead, they rode as fast as they could. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi was still up in the Duke of Qin's estate. She felt uneasy after being disturbed by Gu, but she couldn't guess what Gu was up to. She'd planned to wait until morning to do her experiments, but now she simply got up. Han Yunshi went downstairs and bumped into Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Mingxiang's injuries had mostly healed, and he'd long gotten out of bed. Why aren't you sleeping? Han Yunshi asked. I was thinking about things and couldn't sleep, Bailey Mingxiang said mildly. She'd heard about Jun Yixie's escape and knew esteemed Wang Fei had returned. She'd been looking for a chance to comfort esteemed Wang Fei, but esteemed Wang Fei had been too busy and hadn't gotten a chance to talk to her yet. If you can't sleep, then come help me. I've already figured out a way to check if there's any explosive residue in the charcoal ash. Guess what it is? Han Yunshi entered the study and placed porcelain bottles and plates on the table. Seeing esteemed Wang Fei like this, Bailey Mingxiang knew there was no need for words of comfort. This woman was much more optimistic and open-minded than she'd imagined. She followed her in and locked the door behind her. If the furnace explosion had been an accident, then there were only a few suspects. As long as they had evidence, they'd have to interrogate the culprit. Whether it was an accident or not, they'd have to look through the charcoal ash to find the proof. There were porcelain bottles on the table, some for charcoal ash, others for poison. Bailey Mingxiang carefully looked them over one by one before asking in confusion, Esteemed Wang Fei, Mingxiang is stupid. I don't understand what this is for. It's for poisoning, Han Yunshi said seriously. She'd thought of this method before going to Fishery Island, but she hadn't decided what kind of poison to use. She'd thought of everything on the way back. Poisoning the charcoal ash? Bailey Mingxiang asked in a doubtful voice. Han Yunshi was very surprised. She never thought that Bailey Mingxiang would understand. What she needed to do was to poison the charcoal ash. She had found a kind of poison that could be mixed with any explosive substance to create a new kind of poison. As long as this poison was poured into the charcoal ash, once a new kind of poison was formed, it would mean that there was still explosive residue in the charcoal ash. It was just that they hadn't been able to find it before. Bailey Mingxiang understood this principle. She took the initiative to ask, Esteemed Wang Fei, I'll try it. Han Yunshi agreed. Bailey Mingxiang carefully worked, pouring the poison into the charcoal ash. Very soon, the charcoal ash and the poison turned into a paste. It began to bubble and gradually released a disgusting smell. Smelling the smell, Han Yunshi and Bailey Mingxiang looked at each other and smiled. As expected, there was still explosive residue in the charcoal ash. Chapter 443. Previously, Han Yunshi had ordered people to send the charcoal ash after the explosion to a professional for testing. Unfortunately, they could not find any explosive residue. Therefore, the matter of the furnace explosion had been delayed until now. Now that the explosive residue was found, things would be easier to handle. Whether it was man-made or an accident would be revealed very soon. Han Yunshi and Bailey Mingxiang left the study without alerting Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu. They quietly left Leisurely Cloud Pavilion and went to the storeroom. Other than the charcoal ash from the day of the explosion that was in Han Yunshi's hands, the charcoal that was not used up that day and the remaining charcoal from Leisurely Cloud Pavilion were all placed together with the remaining charcoal ash in the storeroom. Esteemed Princess Consort, are we going to burn the charcoal now and test it for poison? Bailey Mingxiang asked. Su Donglin has already lit all the charcoal once. None of them exploded. Han Yunshi said lightly. Bailey Mingxiang was shocked. Just from the explosion that morning, it's obvious that someone tampered with it. Not necessarily. I've asked a professional to analyze it. Some explosive substances have very special detonation points. Sometimes they explode after being lit, and sometimes they don't explode no matter what. Maybe someone really tampered with the charcoal in the furnace that morning, or maybe it was just a coincidence. The charcoal in the furnace that day was of just the right temperature, so it exploded. Although Han Yunshi did not understand the principle of charcoal, when she was making poison, the amount, temperature, moisture, and even the temperature of the water would all affect the toxicity. Therefore, she could understand the professional's analysis. For example, some poisons would be triggered by weather conditions. It could be that someone had used the weather to poison it, like the poisonous fog on Yuzhou Island. It could also be that there was poison in the air itself, but it had not been triggered until it met with a special weather condition. Therefore, if they wanted to know whether the explosion was man-made or an accident, they would need sufficient evidence. And this evidence was the explosive residue that she had found after inspecting it. Now, they only needed to burn the remaining charcoal from that day, from Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, and from the same batch in the residence. Then, they would test the charcoal ash with poison. If explosives were detected, it would mean that the explosion that day was an accident. At the very least, the people in the Leisurely Cloud Pavilion would not be suspicious. However, if there was no explosive material, it could prove that the charcoal used on the day of the explosion had been tampered with. Han Yunshi had always been a cautious person. She was even more cautious when facing the suspects in this case. She didn't want to think too much about it. She only hoped that she could get enough evidence to prove that it was an accident and convince herself and Long Feiyi. Seeing that Bailey Mingxiang did not speak, Han Yunshi asked, "Have you thought it through?" Bailey Mingxiang frowned and thought for a moment, then smiled. "I understand. Esteemed Princess Consort is truly thoughtful. The principle of using poison is the same. You have to consider all aspects. It's not as simple as just using the poison," Han Yunshi said seriously, and Bailey Mingxiang silently noted it down. The master and servant chatted as they walked towards the storeroom. However, who knew that Su Donglin would suddenly run over and gasp for breath. "Esteemed Princess Consort, something bad has happened. If there's a problem, we can talk about it. Why are you in such a hurry?" Han Yunshi reprimanded, unhappily. However, Su Donglin was still very anxious. "Esteemed Princess Consort, our charcoal is completely soaked." "What?" Han Yunshi could not remain calm. "It rained a few days ago and the storeroom was leaking. We only discovered it today. Quite a few things in the storeroom are also wet," Su Donglin explained. "Let's go and take a look." Han Yunshi's heart grew heavy. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Even the latrines in the Duke of Qin's estate were made of glazed tiles that couldn't be shaken by wind or rain. They were very sturdy and wouldn't be eroded by the wind, so how could something like this happen? Moreover, it happened in the storehouse. When she rushed to the storeroom, the hidden guards had already asked the craftsman to inspect the room. "What's the situation?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. "Esteemed Princess Consort, it looks like someone deliberately did it," the craftsman said seriously. Han Yunshi's heart sank even more. "Why do you say that?" "The leaking was caused by the loosening of the roof tiles. The area of loosening is quite large. Based on the loosening, someone took something from inside the room and did not step on the roof to loosen it," the craftsman answered truthfully. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. It was clear that someone had used the rainy day to destroy the charcoal. This person is quite skilled. Since they could enter, they did not directly destroy the charcoal. Instead, they used the heavy rain these past few days to create an illusion of an accident. This person's thoughts are quite deep, Bailey Mingxiang said. Since things had already gotten to this point, why would they still need to do a poisoning experiment? That explosion was not an accident. Someone had deliberately set it up. Destroying the charcoal like this was to destroy the evidence. She never thought that the culprit would not only commit a crime in her leisurely cloud pavilion, but also in the storeroom. Did anyone come to the storeroom these past few days? Han Yunshi asked seriously. The storeroom was not like other places. Aside from the person in charge of the storeroom, outsiders had to register to enter and leave. Su Donglin quickly presented the register. Han Yunshi flipped through the last few days and did not find Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu's names. Aside from Steward Luo and 2 manservants, there were no outsiders. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu would not come to the storeroom. Could it be that the suspects were not the 2 of them? Or perhaps there was more than one suspect. Even in the safest place, the Duke of Qin's manor, there were spies. Han Yunshi gently stroked the wet charcoal. Her heart flashed with a frightening light. Don't think that this princess consort can't find evidence just because it's wet. Coldly she said, don't make this matter public for now. No matter if it's 1 or 2 spies, this princess consort will not let them go. For the next few days, Han Yunshi continued to look for poisons. Poisons that would react with explosive materials in a certain humidity. Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu had not come to the storeroom, and the other servants had not been to the leisurely cloud pavilion. Under such circumstances, if she found explosive materials in the wet charcoal, it would mean that the charcoal that was sent to the leisurely cloud pavilion contained explosive materials. Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu would not be suspects. On the contrary, if she did not find any explosive materials in the wet charcoal, then the suspects would not only be Zhao Mama and Su Xiaoyu, but also the people in the storeroom. Everything in the Duke of Qin's manor was normal. Han Yunshi had already deliberately announced that the explosion was an accident. Most of the servants also thought that it was an accident and that it had already passed. No one mentioned it again. Under the seemingly calm surface, the evidence and suspects had already taken shape. Han Yunshi and Bailey Mingxiang were seizing the time to look for poisons. At this time, there was one person who was very nervous. This person was none other than Su Xiaoyu. She was very clear that the Duke of Qin's manor was so calm during this period, but it did not mean that the case had passed. The more Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi did not say anything, the more nervous she became. She could not escape. Sooner or later, she would be caught. She knew that she had already been listed as a suspect and could not escape. Therefore, she also smashed the pot that had already been broken. She had to strive to see Han Yunshi's back before she was caught. Unfortunately, she did not have the chance. Previously, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi were often together, so she did not dare to make a move. Later, Han Yunshi went out with Long Feiyi again, so she did not have the chance. She thought that no matter how Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi investigated the explosion case, she would first wet the charcoal. At least this would reduce their clues and buy herself some time. Moreover, without evidence, even if they suspected her, she could pretend to be pitiful and not admit to it. At lunchtime, the people in the kitchens delivered lunch as usual. As usual, Su Xiaoyu diligently rushed to receive the food before Zhao Mama. She took out a small piece of paper from under the rice basket, only to see a line of words written on it. The storeroom was discovered leaking rain last night. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu was even more alarmed. Han Yunshi was still so calm when the storeroom leaked rain. Without a doubt, everything was done in secret. How far had Han Yunshi investigated? As she walked into the room, she felt uneasy. Let me see what's good for lunch today. Zhao Mama's voice suddenly sounded. Zhao Mama had her suspicions about the explosion case, but after esteemed Wang Fei declared it to be an accident, she felt relieved. A complicated look flitted across Su Xiaoyu's eyes. She told herself that she had to act as soon as possible, otherwise she really wouldn't have a chance. When she saw Zhao Mama walk over, she quickly smiled and said, "Zhao Mama, why is esteemed Wang Fei in the study with big sister Mingxiang all day long? She's researching poisons. You can just put the food in the dining room and don't disturb them." Zhao Mama reminded her. I'd better bring it in. It'll get cold. Su Xiaoyu had a serious expression on her face. You're asking for a scolding. Zhao Mama also wanted esteemed Wang Fei not to tire herself out so much and eat on time, but she had already been scolded several times. It's fine. As long as esteemed Wang Fei eats on time, you will accept a few scoldings. Su Xiaoyu really wanted to knock on the door, but Zhao Mama didn't stop her. She smiled and said, It won't open. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoyu knocked on the study door, but didn't say anything for a long time. Soon, Bailey Mingxiang's voice came from inside. Who is it? Su Xiaoyu laughed mischievously at Zhao Mama, but still didn't say anything. This damned girl, she's getting bolder and bolder. Zhao Mama muttered, but didn't stop her. Su Xiaoyu's trick was indeed very effective. Bailey Mingxiang quickly came to open the door. When she saw Su Xiaoyu, she asked, Why aren't you saying anything? I'm here to deliver food to esteemed Wang Fei. If I say anything, will you open the door? Su Xiaoyu retorted. Bailey Mingxiang already had a grudge against Su Xiaoyu, a suspect, and didn't like servants who acted on their own. However, she didn't show any dissatisfaction and only said indifferently, Esteemed Wang Fei is busy. Let's put it in the dining room first. Su Xiaoyu pouted and turned to look at Zhao Mama. Zhao Mama's heart was filled with thoughts of how to nourish esteemed Wang Fei's body, so she naturally stood on Su Xiaoyu's side. She hurriedly stepped forward to help. Mingxiang, esteemed Wang Fei's stomach won't be able to take it if she doesn't eat at this time. When His Highness blames us, everyone will suffer. Bailey Mingxiang absolutely didn't dare to refuse Zhao Mama's request when she mentioned His Highness Duke of Qin. His Highness Duke of Qin had been nourishing esteemed Wang Fei's body recently, and everyone in the prince's estate knew about it. Bailey Mingxiang's eyes hid incomparably complex emotions as she said indifferently, All right, I'll send it in. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaoyu discreetly avoided her and strode in with the food basket. Su Xiaoyu's chance had come. Chapter 444. Su Xiaoyu usually liked to run around, so seeing this, Zhao Mama didn't take it to heart. She chuckled and held Bailey Mingxiang's hand. Mingxiang, come eat with me. Don't starve yourself. Bailey Mingxiang was very anxious. Esteemed Wang Fei was in the innermost part of the study making the antidote, so she couldn't hear the movement at the door. Moreover, when she was serious, she wouldn't pay attention to her surroundings. It wouldn't be good if Su Xiaoyu, the suspect, entered the study and saw the wet charcoal on the table. Ignoring Zhao Mama, Bailey Mingxiang suddenly broke free and chased after her while shouting, Xiaoyu, don't disturb esteemed Wang Fei. Esteemed Wang Fei is busy with something. Shouting like this would at least remind esteemed Wang Fei. However, it turned out that Bailey Mingxiang had underestimated Su Xiaoyu. Soon, a loud bang came from inside the room. Bailey Mingxiang was frightened and rushed over. Zhao Mama also rushed over and saw that the soup bowl had shattered on the ground and Su Xiaoyu was desperately splashing cold water on esteemed Wang Fei. The hot soup got splashed, woo-woo. Quickly bring cold water over, there isn't enough water here. Woo-woo, I didn't do it on purpose, woo-woo. Su Xiaoyu was crying miserably. As she cried, she hurriedly scooped cold water and poured it on Han Yunxi's back. Han Yunxi's brows were tightly knitted. Her entire back was burning with incomparable pain. Everything had happened so suddenly that she felt like she was in a dream. She was concentrating on making the antidote. Just as she was about to make the antidote, she was interrupted by Bailey Mingxiang's voice. She knew that Su Xiaoyu had come in, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. She was about to turn around to see what was going on when Su Xiaoyu suddenly rushed over with a bowl of hot soup. The entire bowl of hot soup splashed on her back. It hurt. Su Xiaoyu used her lightness techniques to silently draw closer. Naturally, Han Yunxi wouldn't be able to guard against her. This time, she was throwing caution to the wind. No matter how Han Yunxi would suspect her or deal with her afterwards, she didn't care. She had to make Han Yunxi take off her clothes now. He had to see Han Yunxi's back. Zhao Mama's face turned pale with fright. The first thought that came to her mind wasn't to save her, but to explain things to His Highness Duke of Qin. "Granny Zhao, find some water, quick!" Han Yunxi said loudly. She felt that her back was burning, so she didn't dare to move. She was afraid that she would rub her clothes and cause more trouble. Granny Zhao finally came back to her senses and quickly ran out to fetch some cold water. Bailey Mingxiang did not panic as she snatched the water from Su Xiaoyu's hands. While helping the princess consort cool down, she angrily rebuked, "Stinky girl, you've caused a disaster. Move aside if you're so clumsy." God knows if this brat did it on purpose or not. She was too suspicious. She couldn't let her meet the princess consort again. Su Xiaoyu originally wanted to cry out for justice, but when she saw that Han Yunxi had already begun to take off her clothes, she closed her mouth and knelt to the side. Han Yunxi was very clear that her back needed urgent treatment. Otherwise, her injuries would be as serious as Bailey Mingxiang's. For the time being, she couldn't be bothered to hold Su Xiaoyu accountable. While the cold water cooled her back and cooled her clothes, she had to quickly remove them and separate them from the wound as quickly as possible. She didn't want them to stick together and suffer more pain. She was only wearing her underclothes and outer clothes. The outer clothes were easy to take off. She endured the pain and took them off herself. However, some parts of the underclothes stuck to the wound on her back. "Princess consort, I'll do it." Bailey Mingxiang helped her rinse the cold water with one hand and carefully helped her remove her clothes with the other. Soon, Zhao Mama also came to help. The underclothes had already been removed from her shoulders and were being carefully removed. There were several places that needed to be rinsed with cold water to lower the temperature and carefully remove. Han Yunxi sat motionless. Bailey Mingxiang and Zhao Mama were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. They very carefully removed the clothes from the ulcers inch by inch. Zhao Mama should have seen this kind of accident many times in the palace and should be very calm. However, at this moment, her hands were trembling more than anyone else's. It was for no other reason than the fact that Qin Wangfei was the one injured. Although she kept telling herself not to think about it, she still couldn't help but think about it. What would His Highness Duke of Qin do if he found out? What would His Highness Duke of Qin do if he came back? "Zhao Mama, calm down." Bailey Mingxiang couldn't watch anymore. "His Highness will be furious when he comes back. We'll all die." Zhao Mama spoke the truth. Bailey Mingxiang's hands stiffened, but he remained calm. "Even if we have to die, we have to serve the princess consort well first." Han Yunxi heard these words and engraved them in her heart. Those who deserve to die will definitely die. This princess consort can protect those who don't deserve to die. Han Yunxi said coldly. Zhao Mama finally calmed down a little, but Su Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She was already prepared to be executed, but when she heard these words, she was actually a little scared. However, she quickly forgot that if they wanted to execute her, they would need evidence. Zhao Mama was so scared, so she was very suspicious, wasn't she? At this time, half of the underclothes had been removed. Su Xiaoyu knelt to the side, watching with wide eyes and waiting. As the clothes gradually came off, she slowly became nervous. After sneaking into the Duke of Qin's residence for so long, she always thought that she had a good way to complete her mission and continue to stay in the Duke of Qin's residence to provide intelligence for her master. Unfortunately, many of her attempts had failed. In the end, she had no choice but to use this direct and stupid method. Was Han Yunxi the person her master was looking for? Was there a phoenix birthmark on her back? The secret would soon be revealed. Su Xiaoyu thought that as long as she could find the answer and find a way to send out the information, even if she died in the Duke of Qin's residence, it would be worth it. It could be considered as repaying her master's kindness in raising her. The clothes had almost reached her waist. Han Yunxi's back was only left with the thin belt of her undergarment. Her jade back was very beautiful, smooth and delicate. It was a pity that 2 large patches of ulcers had been burned. One was below her shoulder, and the other was in the center of her back. The burning pain was indescribable. Han Yunshi tightly knitted her brows and didn't cry out in pain. However, her clothes had already been removed from the 2 large patches of ulcers. She secretly let out a sigh of relief and said, "Mingxiang, bring me my medical pouch. There's medicine inside." Bailey Mingxiang went to fetch the medical pouch. Zhao Mama continued to carefully help Han Yunshi remove her underclothes. Su Xiaoyu unconsciously held her breath as she stared at Han Yunshi's exposed lumbar vertebrae, anticipating the answer that was about to be revealed. Finally, the underclothes were completely removed, and Zhao Mama took it away. Su Xiaoyu widened her eyes to look, but she discovered that there was nothing at Han Yunshi's lumbar vertebrae. Since her master suspected this woman and spent so much effort to let her enter the Duke of Qin's residence, he must have sufficient reason to suspect Han Yunshi. Who knew that there was actually nothing? It couldn't be, right? After paying such a huge price, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, Zhao Mama was walking back and forth behind Han Yunshi, so it was inevitable that she couldn't see clearly. She took a few more glances, but there was still nothing. Could it be that there really wasn't anything? Su Xiaoyu was about to scoot closer when Lil Thing suddenly jumped out and stepped on her head. Lil Thing had just returned from playing outside and was stunned by the scene in the room. When it saw Su Xiaoyu kneeling there, it knew that Mama Yunshi's injuries were caused by Su Xiaoyu. This damned brat! As soon as Lil Thing landed on Su Xiaoyu's head, it used all its strength to stomp, scratch, and even bite Su Xiaoyu's hair. It looked like it was about to rip off Su Xiaoyu's hair and bite her scalp. Su Xiaoyu was scared to death. "Esteemed Wang Fei, save me! Save me! Ah, you didn't do it on purpose." Sob sob. "Esteemed Wang Fei, you begging you, spare me." Sob sob, save me, sob sob. It had to be said that Su Xiaoyu's acting skills were top-notch. Her crying skills were top-notch as well. She sobbed with tears and snot, but didn't chase Lil Thing away. Instead, she pitifully curled up into a ball and collapsed on the ground, crying miserably. Han Yunshi looked over. The last person she wanted to suspect was Su Xiaoyu. She was only 7.5 years old. But right now, she was the biggest suspect. Today's burns were too strange. "Esteemed Wang Fei, save me! Esteemed Wang Fei." Sob sob, "I didn't do it on purpose, I really didn't do it on purpose." Su Xiaoyu curled up on the ground, crying and wailing with all her might. Lil Thing wouldn't let her go and pulled out a bunch of her hair with its claws. How could Zhao Mama know that the furnace explosion wasn't an accident? She didn't connect the two matters together. Seeing a child being tormented like this, she couldn't bear it. Esteemed Wang Fei, she wanted to plead for leniency, but when she thought about how she might not be able to escape this disaster, she didn't know how to plead. "Lil Thing, just keep an eye on her. I'll deal with her myself." Han Yunshi finally opened her mouth. Even at this point, she still had a trace of hope in her heart. She hoped that the child she brought back out of goodwill was really just a child. Lil Thing immediately stopped and sat on Su Xiaoyu's head, waiting. Su Xiaoyu didn't dare to move, let alone look at Han Yunshi's back. Han Yunshi lay down on a warm couch. Once she lay down, Zhao Mama quickly pulled a silk blanket over Han Yunshi's waist. She couldn't catch a cold after being burned like this. Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly treated the wound and applied medicine. She had been served by esteemed Wang Fei before, so she had learned quite a bit. She was competent enough to do the job. Su Xiaoyu lay on the ground in the distance. She was certain that Han Yunshi didn't have a birthmark on her back. Bailey Mingxiang was focused and Han Yunshi was also silent. Zhao Mama inadvertently saw several plates of charcoal ash on the table and suddenly understood everything. She also fell silent. Originally, Leisurely Cloud Pavilion was the most relaxed and leisurely place in the Duke of Qin's manor. But now the atmosphere was tense and strange. It was so heavy that Zhao Mama couldn't breathe. Very quickly, Bailey Mingxiang finished treating and bandaging the 2 ulcers. Without needing Zhao Mama's help, Zhao Mama looked at Su Xiaoyu. Seeing Su Xiaoyu's pitiful little body, her sunken eyes dimmed. Esteemed Wang Fei, these 2 wounds have been treated. There are still some red areas. Although it's not a big problem, you should still apply some medicine. Bailey Mingxiang seriously asked. Han Yunxi only gave a faint sound of agreement. Bailey Mingxiang applied the medicine to the red areas and carefully examined them. She checked all the way down from the shoulder and saw that the waist was a little red. She carefully lifted the silk blanket. But who knew that when she lifted the silk blanket, she would immediately suck in a cold breath? Heavens, how could this be? Chapter 445. Bailey Mingxiang had never imagined that she would see something like this on esteemed Wang Fei's back. It was a birthmark of a phoenix spreading its wings. A phoenix feather birthmark. The birthmark was red, but the color was very light. If she hadn't been so close, she wouldn't have been able to see it. Bailey Mingxiang was stunned by the sight, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. This birthmark was incredible. If she remembered correctly, this phoenix feather was the unique birthmark of Western Qin's imperial family. When she was young, she had read about the phoenix feather birthmark in a secret history of the Great Qin Empire in the Tang sect. All the daughters of Western Qin's imperial family had a phoenix feather birthmark. This wasn't an open secret. Bailey Mingxiang had only read about it in a secret history. There were dozens of secret histories of the Great Qin Empire in the Tang sect, but she couldn't remember which one she had read about it in. However, she was certain that this was true. His Highness Duke of Qin and Aunt Ru had always paid close attention to the 7 noble families, but they hadn't paid much attention to the Western Qin's imperial family. This was because the Western Qin's imperial family had been exterminated. Many people knew that the last bloodline of the Western Qin's imperial family had been shot and killed by the Nether clan. The Western Qin's imperial family had truly become history. There was no need to investigate anything related to the Western Qin's imperial family. But why would esteemed Wang Fei have a phoenix feather birthmark on her body? Bailey Mingxiang didn't have time to think about why there was an orphan of the Western Qin's imperial family. She was such a calm person, but at this moment, her hands couldn't stop trembling. This matter was too serious. A birthmark couldn't be faked, so esteemed Wang Fei had to be an orphan of the Western Qin's imperial family. This identity was undoubtedly fatal to His Highness Duke of Qin. Unfortunately, His Highness Duke of Qin doted on this woman so much. Did His Highness Duke of Qin know that the phoenix feather birthmark was the symbol of the Western Qin's imperial family? Had he seen esteemed Wang Fei's birthmark before? And did esteemed Wang Fei know about it herself? Seeing that Bailey Mingxiang hadn't applied any medicine, Han Yunxi asked calmly, "What's wrong? Did my injuries scare you?" At this moment, Granny Zhao also turned her head and looked over. Bailey Mingxiang shuddered and hurriedly covered her with the silk quilt. "It's okay. I've applied medicine. I want to let the wound dry." As she spoke, she glanced at Zhao Mama. Seeing Zhao Mama's absent-minded appearance, she assumed that she hadn't noticed the faint birthmark when she was covering the princess consort with the quilt. However, even if she saw it, she would only treat it as an ordinary birthmark. She did not know anything about Western Qin. In fact, Han Yunxi's back was burned red all over. If it wasn't for Bailey Mingxiang's attention, he might not have noticed it. "You don't need to apply too much medicine in other places. It's fine," Han Yunxi said. However, these words allowed Bailey Mingxiang to confirm one thing. The princess consort did not know about the birthmark on her back. At least, she did not know the significance of this birthmark. Otherwise, esteemed Wang Fei would never have allowed her to apply the medicine so easily. Esteemed Wang Fei was the legitimate daughter of the Han family, the daughter of Lady Tianxin. Given Han Konggen's bearing, he didn't seem like a noble descendant of the imperial family. Lady Tianxin's mysterious origins were suspicious. Lady Tianxin had died in childbirth. She probably didn't have the chance to tell esteemed Wang Fei the truth. As Bailey Mingxiang pondered this, she became even more uneasy. She was in a dilemma. Should she tell this secret to the Princess Consort? If she did, what would the consequences be? If she didn't, what would happen? Esteemed Wang Fei was her savior. She was the first and only person in the world who truly cared about her. However, her identity as a member of the imperial family of Western Qin, the more Bailey Mingxiang thought about it, the more conflicted she became. She really didn't know what to do. However, she didn't only have esteemed Wang Fei to consider. She also had to consider His Highness Duke of Qin. Did His Highness Duke of Qin know about this secret? And should she tell His Highness Duke of Qin? If His Highness Duke of Qin didn't know about this birthmark, then as a subordinate, she would have to tell him the truth, whether it was for public or private reasons. However, if she did, what would esteemed Wang Fei do? How would His Highness Duke of Qin treat esteemed Wang Fei? If His Highness Duke of Qin knew about this birthmark, then why did he dote on esteemed Wang Fei so much? If she rashly told him about this, would she be silenced? Just as Bailey Mingxiang was at a loss and feeling uneasy, Han Yunxi opened her mouth. Mingxiang, go find Su Donglin and summon all the servants in the estate to the Sunset Pavilion. I'll be there soon. The furnace exploded and the storeroom leaked. It's time to find out. Bailey Mingxiang secretly took a deep breath and told herself to calm down. She had to deal with the matter at hand first. Esteemed Wang Fei, they can't escape. Lie down and heal your wounds first, she advised earnestly. She won't die. If we don't get rid of the spy, it'll be like having a fishbone stuck in our throat. No traitors are allowed in the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunxi's voice was clearly louder. Su Xiaoyu, who was paralyzed on the side, didn't move at all. Her head was lowered, so it wasn't clear whether she heard her or not. Since esteemed Wang Fei was insistent, Bailey Mingxiang couldn't persuade her any further. She carefully dressed esteemed Wang Fei before leaving. Hidden guards couldn't come in as they pleased. With the little thing here, she could rest assured that Su Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to escape. As soon as she left leisurely Cloud Pavilion, Bailey Mingxiang let out a long breath. She silently told herself to stay calm. She had to wait for His Highness Duke of Qin to return before deciding whether or not to tell him about the birthmark. Han Yunxi lay on the bed, her originally bright and lively eyes dimmed by 30% and became 70% deeper. Although the ulcer on her back had been treated in time and the burning sensation had lessened by a lot after applying medicine, it still hurt. The burning sensation and the tightness gradually spread from the wound to her entire back. The most important thing she needed to do now was to continue lying on the bed and wait for a day or two for the pain to subside before moving again. Moreover, she had to move carefully. However, the pain in her back was ultimately no match for the pain in her heart, just like how the wounds on her body were no match for the pain in her heart. After resting for a while, Han Yunxi endured the pain and resolutely got up. The poison to test the wet charcoal was almost ready. She had to continue. Since the explosion, this was the first time she couldn't wait to find out the truth. However, when she passed by Su Xiaoyu, Han Yunxi stopped and said indifferently, "Xiaoyu, was it an accident? If you confess, you will be lenient. If you resist, you will be severely punished." Su Xiaoyu was very surprised by these words. She didn't expect that Han Yunxi would still ask her this at this time. After the explosion, she had been worried that Han Yunxi wouldn't be able to find the culprit and would cut her and Zhao Momo down as the two most suspicious people and execute them. Now it seemed that she had overestimated Han Yunxi's heart. This woman wasn't a ruthless character. Su Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to raise her head and asked her back, "Esteemed Princess Consort, don't you believe me? Are you suspecting me?" Leniency for confessing and severity for resisting were all lies. She didn't believe this. Since Han Yunshi still didn't intend to directly judge her as the culprit, then she could make good use of Han Yunshi's soft-heartedness. A sneer flashed past Han Yunshi's eyes. She had asked deliberately. She also didn't believe in leniency for confessing and severity for resisting. Once she was guilty, no matter if she confessed or resisted, she would not let her off easily. She endured the pain and walked to the desk step by step to continue the unfinished work. Very quickly, the poison was successfully concocted. All the servants in the Duke of Qin's manor, men and women, old and young, had gathered at the Sunset Pavilion in the garden. When Han Yunshi, Zhao Momo, and Su Xiaoyu arrived, there was a hubbub of voices as everyone was discussing spiritedly. When they saw esteemed Princess Consort arrive, everyone quieted down. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin hurried over to help. Han Yunshi brought the charcoal ash, wet charcoal, and poisonous liquid one by one on the stone table in the pavilion. A few days ago, the furnace in Leisurely Cloud Pavilion exploded. Recently, the storeroom leaked and the charcoal was completely wet. Also, this Princess Consort was scalded today. These successive incidents, were they accidents or man-made? Are there any spies in the Duke of Qin's manor? How many? Today, this Princess Consort will give everyone a definite answer. Han Yunshi's voice was not loud, but it had the power to intimidate people. She had the majesty of the Duke of Qin's manor's mistress. When her words came out, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Other than the explosion, no one knew about the other two incidents. They never thought that the peaceful Duke of Qin's manor would have hidden dangers. Su Xiaoyu stood to the side with a trace of ridicule in her eyes. Han Yunshi had brought this matter in front of everyone. Without a doubt, she wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate everyone and dispel any thoughts of betrayal. However, without sufficient evidence, it would be very difficult for her to convince everyone. Instead, she would become a joke. After everyone quieted down, Han Yunshi pointed to the charcoal and poisonous liquid bottles on the table and explained in detail how the poison was produced by mixing the poisonous liquid and explosive materials. Everyone listened in a daze, but in the end, they all understood. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Actually, esteemed Princess Consort didn't need to be so serious. If there were any suspicious servants, she could just convict them and put them to death. It was normal for large families to beat servants to death, let alone a place like the Duke of Qin's manor. However, it had to be said that esteemed Princess Consort's way of handling things was enough to convince people and earn their respect. Su Xiaoyu also listened attentively. She never thought that Han Yunshi would be able to think of this method and even find the poison. It had to be said that she was very impressed. She silently watched as Han Yunshi poured the poisonous liquid into the charcoal. Her clear black and white eyes flashed with a trace of coldness that didn't match her age. Very quickly, the charcoal ashes were contaminated with poison and a foul smell spread out. Han Yunshi raised the porcelain plate and said indifferently, "There are explosive materials in the charcoal ashes." Following that, she contaminated the 2 plates of wet charcoal with poison. However, the result was unexpected. There was no change in the poison. These 2 plates of wet charcoal were not poisonous. There was no need for Han Yunshi to say more. Everyone understood. Only the charcoal in the Leisurely Cloud Pavilion's furnace contained explosive materials. Even the unburned charcoal in the Leisurely Cloud Pavilion didn't contain explosive materials. There was no doubt that someone had deliberately tampered with the furnace. I think that no coincidence can explain this coincidence. However, the rainwater in the storeroom leaked and soaked the rest of the charcoal. This is also not a coincidence. Han Yunshi's tone had always been very calm, but this calmness gave people an unfathomable feeling that made people fearful for no reason. Su Donglin stood up and said coldly, "The craftsman proved that the roof tiles in the storeroom were tampered with by someone in the room. Therefore, someone deliberately destroyed the charcoal." Once these words were said, everyone couldn't hold back and began to talk. They never thought that there would be a spy in the strict and well-guarded Duke of Qin's mansion. Su Xiaoyu's eyes still flashed with a cold smile. So what if Han Yunxi found out about this? How could she prove that it was related to her? Important announcement. Sorry, 2 bugs have been fixed. First, the Black Clan in Chapter 440 that was previously fixed has been changed back. Jun Yixie was indeed from the Black Clan, not the Nether Clan. Second, it was written in Chapter 440 that Jun Yixie's grandfather shot the Western Qin baby boy. This was wrong. Jun Yixie's grandfather saw the Western Qin baby boy being shot to death by the Nether Clan, not him. It was also written in Chapter 260. Chapter 446. In the midst of the uproar, Han Yunxi raised her hand and everyone quieted down. However, at this time, someone couldn't help being curious and asked, "Princess Consort, who is the traitor?" Who would have thought that Han Yunxi's calm voice would suddenly turn cold? There are only a few people that have been in and out of the warehouse these past few days. Come, bring them all in. The secret guards brought in 6 servants. There were 3 maids in charge of the warehouse, 2 manservants, and housekeeper Luo. When everyone saw housekeeper Luo among them, they were all shocked. But housekeeper Luo was very calm as he kept his head up with a calm expression. There are only 6 of you that have been in and out of the warehouse these past few days. Han Yunxi walked out of the pavilion and looked at the 6 servants. Her face was 30% cold and 70% serious. His Highness and this princess will not allow traitors to exist here. Who was it that broke the roof of the warehouse? Either you stand up or… Han Yunxi did not finish speaking. She looked at Su Donglin with her eyes and Su Donglin immediately threw out a needleboard. This needleboard was as big as a stool and it was densely covered in nails. Each one was shining with a cold light and was shockingly sharp. Most of the servants knew that this needleboard was a very terrifying torture tool. As long as one sat on it, all the nails would pierce their buttocks. The pain was indescribable, but it wasn't fatal. It would hurt for several days before they died from excessive blood loss. This was a kind of death that was worse than death. Housekeeper Luo's expression did not change as he remained calm. The other 2 manservants and 3 maids all had pale faces as their bodies trembled. There was no doubt that if the culprit did not stand up, none of them would be able to escape this disaster. Very quickly, the maids all kneeled down in fear. "Princess Consort, it wasn't me. Have mercy." "Princess Consort, I didn't do anything, I'm innocent." Su Xiaoyu was no longer as calm as before. Her brows were tightly knit as if she was thinking of something. However, at this time, Han Yunxi coldly said an old saying, "Resist and be strict, confess and leniency." Su Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She had a feeling that Han Yunxi was doing this on purpose. When he had said those words in the study room of the Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, he had done it on purpose. It was not because he wanted to be lenient with her, but because he wanted her to hear it. Han Yunxi had already made up her mind. She was going to find out who the person in the warehouse was and then sell her out. Sure enough, the words "those who resist will be severely punished, those who confess will be lenient," caused the manservant to kneel down and kowtow again and again. "Princess Consort, please spare my life." This lowly one was threatened, and this lowly one had no choice but to do that. "Princess Consort, please spare me." So it was him. Butler Luo's follower. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu's expression changed. She didn't expect that the person she had carefully selected would be so easily threatened. Steward Luo was furious and slapped Wang Laifu. "Wang Laifu, you bastard, I've always treated you well. How dare you do such a thing?" Wang Laifu let Steward Luo scold him and repeatedly begged for mercy, but he still didn't say who threatened him. "Who threatened you? Who was the one who tampered with the charcoal?" Han Yunxi asked in a loud voice. When a person was about to die, his courage grew. Wang Laifu actually talked to Han Yunxi about conditions. "Princess Consort, you have to promise to spare this lowly one's life first. Only then will this lowly one dare to speak." So bold, no wonder he had the heart to betray her. Han Yunxi's eyes flashed with a cold light and she coldly said, "All right, I'll spare your life and spare your punishment. Speak." Wang Laifu was overjoyed. How could he have known that there was something more painful than death and torture in this world? He didn't hesitate and immediately looked at Su Xiaoyu. In a moment, everyone also looked at Su Xiaoyu. It was her? Everyone was shocked. They never thought that this little child, who had been saved by the Princess Consort, would do such a terrible thing. She was so good at pretending, so good at acting. Han Yunxi was very calm. She already knew what was going on. It wasn't that she was soft-hearted, but rather that she wanted people to be convinced. Su Xiaoyu finally revealed her true face. She looked at Han Yunxi and her lips curled into a cold smile. She was about to speak when Zhao Mama suddenly shouted, "Su Xiaoyu, you cheap girl! Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Zhao Mama didn't have any children, so she had always treated Su Xiaoyu as her own granddaughter. She thought that she would live for a few more years and watch this girl grow up. Then she would secretly save some dowry for this girl and marry her off in a grand manner. Who would have thought that she was a spy and actually hurt the princess consort like this? Zhao Mama angrily rushed over to hit her, but before she could make a move, Su Xiaoyu suddenly reached out to grab her. Fortunately, Su Donglin was careful and quickly kicked away Su Xiaoyu's hand. At the same time, two shadow guards appeared and captured Su Xiaoyu. The small chaos quickly calmed down. Wang Laifu was kneeling on the ground and Su Xiaoyu's hands were tightly held. The entire crowd was silent. Han Yunxi walked in front of Su Xiaoyu. This girl didn't even reach her waist. She deliberately squatted down and asked coldly, "What else do you have to say?" Su Xiaoyu was speechless. She looked into Han Yunxi's eyes and a trace of regret flashed in her heart. It was a pity that she hadn't met Han Yunxi earlier. If she had met Han Yunxi first instead of Chu Tianyin, perhaps she would have been able to properly learn the poison arts from Han Yunxi. She was still convinced by this woman. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu wasn't speaking, Han Yunxi asked again, "Who sent you? What are you trying to do?" Su Xiaoyu still didn't speak. She definitely wouldn't betray her master. Han Yunxi waited for a moment and didn't waste any more time. She stood up and coldly said, "Someone come, hang this stinky girl on a tree until she starves to death." So ruthless. Su Xiaoyu tightly clenched her teeth and stared at Han Yunxi, still not saying a word. Han Yunxi threw a bottle of poison at Wang Laifu. At first, Wang Laifu didn't understand what was going on, but after opening the bottle, he immediately understood what was going on. He was so frightened that he kowtowed loudly, "Esteemed Wang Fei, please spare me! Esteemed Wang Fei, you said you would spare my life. Esteemed Wang Fei, those who betray the Duke of Qin's estate can live, but they will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone present, look carefully. This Wang Fei will definitely not beat or scold anyone for no reason, nor will she wrongly accuse anyone. However, if this Wang Fei finds out, this will be the outcome." As she spoke, she immediately ordered, "Su Donglin, feed him the poison." Wang Laifu was so frightened that he actually wanted to run away. However, he was just a servant. No matter how strong he was, how could he deal with a professional hidden guard? Su Donglin quickly forced the entire bottle of poison down his throat. When he let go of Wang Laifu's mouth, Wang Laifu spat out a mouthful of black blood. Following that, the skin on his face began to fester, bit by bit, piece by piece. This Wang Fei promised him to spare his life. However, if he can't take it and wants to die, then don't blame this Wang Fei. Han Yunxi finished speaking and turned to leave. More than half of Wang Laifu's face had already festered, and it looked like it had spread to his neck. Everyone present watched with disgust and fear. Thinking back to the words that esteemed Wang Fei had just spoken, everyone's heart was filled with reverence. Yes, it was reverence, respect and fear. This woman's words and actions were completely different from other masters. She made people wholeheartedly accept her and respect her. At the same time, her cleverness and ruthlessness also made people timid and fearful. Even when facing His Highness Duke of Qin, everyone only felt fear. However, when facing this female master, everyone's hearts were filled with respect. Su Xiaoyu looked at Wang Laifu for a while, then unconsciously looked away. She had always been bold and cruel, but Wang Laifu's fate made her heart tremble. Looking at Han Yunxi's departing figure and the frightened servants and hidden guards present, her face gradually turned pale. Only then did she realize that she was wrong. This woman wasn't soft-hearted. She was cruel, but she was also smart. She had used this case to intimidate everyone in the Duke of Qin's estate. In the future, it would be impossible to bribe or threaten the servants of the Duke of Qin's estate. Soon, Su Xiaoyu was hung by Su Donglin on the tallest tree in the Duke of Qin's estate. The crowd gradually dispersed. Wang Laifu struggled under Su Xiaoyu's feet, letting out anguished howls. Su Xiaoyu didn't dare to lower her head, afraid that she would become the next Wang Laifu. When there was no one around, she raised her head and fiercely spat out a hidden weapon into the air. The hidden weapon flew very, very high before exploding in the air, releasing a dazzling white light. The hidden guards in the shadows naturally saw it, but they didn't stop her. Esteemed Wang Fei was only keeping this stinky girl hanging. She must be using her to lure out the master behind her. Han Yunxi indeed had this idea. Unfortunately, she and the hidden guards were both wrong. At this time, a hidden spy near the Duke of Qin's estate saw the signal. After waiting for a while, he hurriedly retreated to report to Chu Tianyin. Reporting to Master, Su Xiaoyu sent out a white light signal. Chu Tianyin guessed that something had happened to Su Xiaoyu, but he never expected that Su Xiaoyu would send out a white light signal. His handsome brows knitted tightly as he asked seriously, "Did you see it clearly?" This subordinate saw it very clearly. "It was our signal. It was a white light," the spy replied truthfully. Chu Tianyin seemed to have suffered a huge blow. He fell heavily into his chair and shook his head repeatedly. How could this be? How could? He had arranged for Su Xiaoyu to infiltrate the Duke of Qin's estate, so he had made sufficient preparations. Letters of various colors represented all kinds of unexpected situations. Even if Su Xiaoyu was at death's door, she still had to think of a way to send out the information she received. And the white light represented futility. It meant that Su Xiaoyu had seen Han Yunxi's back. Han Yunxi didn't have a phoenix birthmark, so she wasn't the person their Chu clan was looking for. His Chu clan was one of the 7 noble families, the Nether clan. The Nether clan that had shot and killed the infant of Western Qin's imperial family. At that time, many of the 7 noble families had seen the scene of the shooting. However, only the Shadow clan knew that the infant wasn't of the imperial family's bloodline, but a substitute. The last descendant of Western Qin's imperial family was a baby girl. In order to preserve her status, the imperial concubine had swapped the baby girl and adopted a baby boy. In order to protect the baby girl, the Nether clan had misled the East Qin imperial family and the other nobles into thinking that Western Qin had been destroyed. Therefore, they staged a show and pretended to betray Western Qin's imperial family by sending troops to kill the infant boy. Back then, the baby girl had wandered among the commoners and disappeared in the chaos of war. For more than 100 years, the Nether clan hadn't given up on searching for her. Unfortunately, they hadn't found any clues. They had only found out by chance from a wet nurse that the Han family's legitimate young miss had a phoenix symbol on her back. That was why they had come all the way here. The daughter of Western Qin's imperial family must have a phoenix birthmark on her back. They had only found this clue after 100 years, but now they were telling him that Han Yunxi wasn't. How could he and his father accept this news? Chapter 447. Han Yunxi wasn't the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan. This news wasn't just a blow to Chu Tianyin, but the entire Chu clan. When Chu Tianyin first took over the investigation, his father had given him 3 years. He thought that was more than enough time to find the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan and spread his influence into Tianning. Now that the trail was broken, where was he supposed to find another one? Seeing his master fall silent, the scout knew that the wisest thing to do now was to withdraw. Still, he couldn't help but muster up the courage to probe further. Master, they've hung little Yu from a tree. Without a doubt, they were trying to lure people to rescue her. Although it was a trap, the master had single-handedly raised little Yu. He'd spent so much time and effort on her as well. It would be a pity to abandon her, but a heartbreak to lose her. His master had plenty of useful subordinates, but he couldn't find anyone as smart and experienced as little Yu who wouldn't raise suspicions. Helpless, no one could tell whether Chu Tianyin was feeling sad or not. He promptly ordered, "Withdraw everyone and cancel all operations for the time being." He had planted plenty of spies around the Duke of Qin's estate and had been looking into the backgrounds of the servants there, hoping to buy them off. It was better to bribe the Duke of Qin's men than to send in new recruits. But now that news of Su Xiaoyu had spread, he had to withdraw. He still wanted to stay in Tianning's capital city. Although the news of the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan was lost, his little sister Chu Qingge was still in the palace. She was still Emperor Tianhui's sweetheart. At the very least, he had to help Chu Qingge secure the position of Tianning's empress. The Nether clan's Chu clan had two missions on their shoulders. One was to find the imperial bloodline, while the other was to help Western Qin revive the great Qin Empire. As soon as the scout heard the orders, he knew that Su Xiaoyu was beyond saving. Although he felt a little regretful, he didn't dare to defy his master's orders. He obeyed and did as he was told. Within a single night, all of Chu Tianyin's operations in Tianning's capital city had been cancelled. His speed was so fast that Han Yunxi's spies couldn't find him. Esteemed Princess Consort, the people that Imperial bodyguard Chu sent to investigate are all dead. Their movements are even faster than ours. Su Donglin brought back bad news. When Su Xiaoyu had entered the Duke of Qin's estate, Chu Shifeng had sent men to investigate her origins. Who knew that the next time the guards went, they'd found that everyone involved had been killed. Esteemed Princess Consort, could it be that we have alerted the enemy? Bailey Mingxiang asked in a low voice. Although hanging Su Xiaoyu on the tallest tree in the Duke of Qin's mansion was to lure the snake out of its hole, it was also to alert the snake that Su Xiaoyu had been exposed in the Duke of Qin's mansion. From the looks of it, the other party was planning to abandon Su Xiaoyu. If it were me, I would also choose to abandon the pawn. Tianning's capital city is the Duke of Qin's territory. Now that the cat's out of the bag, the other party wouldn't have the guts to continue, Han Yunxi said seriously. Esteemed Princess Consort, then why did you hang Su Xiaoyu so high up in the air? We should seal off the news first. Su Donglin grew anxious, but Bailey Mingxiang only laughed. Esteemed Princess Consort's ulterior motive isn't the wine, but Su Xiaoyu. Han Yunxi liked Bailey Mingxiang more and more. Bailey Mingxiang really was smart and quick-witted. What do you mean by that? Su Donglin asked anxiously. Esteemed Princess Consort is certain that Su Xiaoyu will be abandoned, so she hung Su Xiaoyu so high up in the air to attack Su Xiaoyu. If esteemed Princess Consort wants to know something, the most direct way is to start with Su Xiaoyu, Bailey Mingxiang explained. Han Yunxi really did mean that. She refused to believe that a child less than 10 years old like Su Xiaoyu could be so strong-willed in the face of death. How loyal could she be when she was abandoned? This girl doesn't seem like she wants to kill someone. Just what does she want to do? Han Yunxi muttered to herself. She still couldn't figure out why Su Xiaoyu had caused the explosion and scalded her on purpose. Judging from the previous situation, Su Xiaoyu more or less knew martial arts. If she wanted to kill her, she had plenty of chances. She could have done it when she scalded her in the study. Why had Su Xiaoyu snuck into the Duke of Qin's estate? She didn't want to kill, but hurt? If it was just scalding her, it didn't seem to have any meaning. Esteemed Princess Consort, who was there when you saved Su Xiaoyu? Bailey Mingxiang asked. Chu Qingge and Mu Ling Han Yunxi had long considered this question. Back then, Chu Qingge had hit Su Xiaoyu. Mu Ling couldn't stand the sight of it and had stepped in to help her. She'd gone to save Su Xiaoyu purely by chance. She hadn't gone to that restaurant on purpose. She remembered that she and Zhao Mama had gone out to buy jewelry that day and happened to pass by that restaurant for a meal. Now that she thought about it, Su Xiaoyu must have been waiting at that restaurant for ages. Even if she and Zhao Mama hadn't gone in that day, Su Xiaoyu would have made a big deal out of it and brought it to the streets so she'd run into her. In that case, had Chu Qingge and Mu Ling been used by someone at that restaurant? Or was one of them Su Xiaoyu's accomplices? Both of them have a grudge against esteemed Princess Consort, right? Bailey Mingxiang asked next. All right, Han Yunxi felt a little embarrassed at Bailey Mingxiang's words. She'd only been in Tianning for a short while, but she'd already offended so many people that they could line up to the city gates. Both of them are suspicious, but… Han Yunxi thought for a while before she said, as I see it, it's not either of them. What do you mean by that? Bailey Mingxiang didn't understand. Han Yunxi felt helpless. If the two of them really did something like that, wouldn't they just take my life? Why did they go in such a big circle with explosions and burns? Esteemed Princess Consort, the two of them probably hate you to the bone, Su Donglin laughed out loud. Han Yunxi glared at him before he shut up. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but muffle his mouth as well. Esteemed Princess Consort's reasoning was enough to eliminate Mu Ling, and Chu Qingge as suspects. Esteemed Princess Consort, Bailey Mingxiang wanted to ask more questions, but Su Donglin cut him off. Miss Mingxiang, don't ask any more. As I see it, that cheap girl won't last more than 3 days. Moreover, when His Highness Duke of Qin returns, I guarantee he'll get to the bottom of the matter. Bailey Mingxiang's eyes flashed with helplessness before he shut his mouth. Han Yunxi didn't say anything, but looked towards the flower gardens. In the distance, she could see Su Xiaoyu's frail body hanging high in the air like a falling leaf, desolate and bleak. She really couldn't figure out why that girl had come. She'd already reported the news to Long Feiyi, but she didn't know where the Long Feiyi was right now or when he'd return. After standing there for a while, Bailey Mingxiang urged, Esteemed Princess Consort, it's time to change your dressing. In reality, Bailey Mingxiang didn't really care about Su Xiaoyu's situation. Her mind was filled with the matter of the phoenix birthmark. Before His Highness Duke of Qin returned, she had to make up her mind whether or not she should tell him. At this time, Su Xiaoyu was so hungry that her entire body was weak. Her hands were tied behind her back as she hung from a tree, her body curled up and her head bowed. She knew very well that her master would not come to save her, and she had already thrown her life away. However, after waiting for 2 days and seeing that there was no movement from her master, she could not ignore the sadness in her heart. Her master really didn't want her anymore. She was picked up by her master and raised by him. She'd always treated him like her own older brother. Although she knew that she'd have to repay his kindness with her life one day, she still couldn't accept it when that day really came. What was his master doing at this moment? Did he miss her? Could he really bear to part with her? It had been so long since she'd seen him. She really wanted to see him one more time. She knew that Han Yunxi didn't just want to starve her to death. The festering Wang Laifu begging for death was Han Yunxi's warning to her. Moreover, Long Feiyi hadn't returned yet. Heaven knows how Long Feiyi would torment her when he did? Su Xiaoyu thought it over for a long time before she secretly made a decision. She'd wait a little longer and endure for a few more days. If her master really didn't come to save her, then she'd only have one path left, and that was suicide. Su Xiaoyu feared Long Feiyi the most, but Long Feiyi still hadn't received any news. When he and Chu Shifeng went to the Medicine Ghost Valley, they'd only told Tang Li to take care of him. None of the other guards could get in touch with him. There were some things that Long Fei Yi kept under wraps that even his own guards didn't know. Tang Li had received news of Han Yunxi's burns as soon as he arrived, but he didn't report it to Long Fei Yi. He trusted that Han Yunxi had the skills to deal with the plot and capture the spy. Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha were going to the Medicine Ghost Valley to get medicine. They couldn't afford to be disturbed. After all, this matter had dragged on for far too long. Of course, Tang Li still had his own selfish motive. He wanted nothing more than for Long Fei Yi to hurry up and get the antidote so he could save Mute Granny. Only then would he be free. He'd finally escaped his marriage and gained his freedom, but had been forced to stay by this deaf and mute granny's side for half a year. He didn't dare to voice his anger, but he felt sullen. Long Fei Yi and Chu Shifeng arrived at the Medicine Ghost Valley on time, but Gu Qisha was late. Long Fei Yi had never been so patient before. He waited for 2 whole days in silence before Gu Qisha finally showed up. "Where's the stuff?" Long Fei Yi got straight to the point. But Gu Qisha only said, "Where's esteemed Wang Fei? Why didn't she come with you?" Long Fei Yi had been planning to hide everything from Han Yunxi, but Gu Qisha had let the cat out of the bag last time and caused him a lot of trouble. Now Gu Qisha's question only made him even more unhappy. His voice grew cold as he asked, "Where's the stuff?" Gu Qisha was very generous. He took out a brocade box from his robes and opened it. "Here." Long Fei Yi had done his homework before coming here. He took the box and examined it carefully before confirming that it was the real deal. "We've finally found everything. Your Highness Duke of Qin must be very excited, right?" Gu Qisha chuckled. Long Fei Yi didn't even look at him. His face was still expressionless. Gu Qisha knew this guy had facial paralysis, but he was just joking. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, I'll give you the Panoptic Red Lotus and Bear Chuan within a year. Can you spare this little one's life now?" Gu Qisha's voice was strange and filled with ridicule. He didn't seem like he was begging for mercy at all. He was mocking Long Fei Yi. So speaking, he turned to go back into the room, but Long Fei Yi called him back. "Wait!" Gu Qisha was puzzled. With Long Fei Yi's personality, he should have left straight away after taking the items. What else does he want? What other medicine does your Highness Duke of Qin want? Do you want to fight another round with this one? Gu Qisha's smile was full of ridicule. Chapter 448. Long Fei Yi remained calm at the mocking look in Gu Qisha's eyes, but Chu Shifeng found the sight to be an eyesore. He raged, "Gu Qisha, the winner is king. Put away your laughable face." When His Highness Duke of Qin had come to ask for medicine, he'd tried peaceful means before resorting to force. It was this fellow who didn't know how to appreciate favors and made things difficult for him on purpose. Otherwise, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't have heard him and threatened him directly. "The winner is king? I think you're forcing me." Gu Qisha's smile grew even more disdainful. "His Highness Duke of Qin is stronger than this one." Chu Qingge couldn't get used to hearing this and retorted, "It's good that you know you're weak. There's no need to show off." "So you're saying that His Highness Duke of Qin is bullying the weak?" Gu Qisha chuckled. "So what if he's bullying the weak?" Chu Shifeng really wanted to argue with this fellow, but Gu Qisha's strange smile only made him want to piss him off to death. Long Fei Yi saw all of this and felt a faint sense of familiarity. He felt like he'd seen such a cheap mouth somewhere before. But he had no time to dwell on it now because he had something else to do. "Long Fei Yi, how can your lordship be sure that this Bear Chuan is real?" he asked. Leaving aside Gu Qisha, even Chu Shifeng was surprised. Both of them assumed that Long Fei Yi had something important to do. But instead, he asked if the Bear Chuan was real. "Didn't you already inspect it? What, you're only asking if it's real now that you've accepted it?" Gu Qisha asked unhappily. Although Chu Shifeng didn't speak, he didn't understand either. His Highness Duke of Qin had written at least 10 letters to Medicine City's Wang Gong before coming here. He'd asked about the bear chuan, panoptic red lotus, and serpent fruit in detail, as well as how to make the antidote for broomcorn millet poison. Each letter was a dozen or so pages long. Chu Shifeng had read 2 or 3 of them, but couldn't understand why His Highness Duke of Qin was so specific about the antidote. Couldn't he just get it and make it? Even if he didn't make it for esteemed Wang Fei, Old Yao had said that any poison's master could make the antidote as long as the medicine was real. Since His Highness Duke of Qin knows so much, he should be able to tell if the bear chuan is real or fake. Furthermore, even if Gu Qi Sha didn't want the medicine Ghost Valley anymore, there was no reason for him to use a fake to trick them even though it hadn't even been a year. This prince does not understand these things, so how would I know if they are true or false? Long Feiyi said. Hearing this, Chu Shifeng realized something was off. Still, he couldn't figure out what His Highness Duke of Qin was planning, so he could only keep quiet. The bear chuan that Gu Qi Sha had taken out was the real deal, so he couldn't bring himself to laugh at being doubted like this. There's only one bear chuan. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Go find someone else. At this time, Long Feiye's lips curled into a mocking smile. What if I don't? Chu Shifeng's mouth twitched at the words. He never expected His Highness Duke of Qin to act so shamelessly. Just what was he planning to do? Long Feiye's question left Gu Qi Sha feeling helpless, who asked him to be unable to defeat Long Feiyi. Gu Qi Sha's eyes flashed with shrewd light as he endured it. Your Highness Duke of Qin, get to the point. Just what else do you want? Your lordship's serpent fruit and panoptic red lotus are both genuine goods. Together with the bear chuan, these 3 ingredients can be combined into an antidote. Do you understand? Long Feiyi asked. That's the antidote for broomcorn millet poison. What, has your Highness Duke of Qin been poisoned? Since Gu Qi Sha knew the antidote for broomcorn millet poison, he should have known as soon as Long Feiyi asked for the ingredient. Why did he have to ask? It was obvious he'd brought it up on purpose. Still, Long Feiyi was very satisfied with this answer. If Gu Qi Sha knew the antidote, it'd save him a lot of time and effort. Since you know the antidote, why don't you make the antidote to verify the authenticity of the bear chuan? Long Feiyi said. A complicated look flickered past Gu Qi Sha's eyes, but he didn't speak. According to your lordship's understanding, if the antidote is fake, then there's no way to combine it with the other 2 ingredients, Long Feiyi said seriously. Gu Qi Sha laughed coldly to himself. Since you know so much, why can't you tell if the bear chuan is real? On the sidelines, Chu Shifeng finally figured out what His Highness Duke of Qin was planning. His Highness's circling around in circles, it really takes a lot of thought. Last time, His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei had come to Medicine Ghost Valley to ask for antidotes to save Bailey Mingxiang. Esteemed Wang Fei found out that His Highness Duke of Qin had come to Medicine Ghost Valley to ask for the 3 ingredients. Now that he'd found all 3 ingredients, how was he supposed to keep hiding the truth from esteemed Wang Fei? If he told Gu Qi Sha to shut up now, it'd only be a coincidence. Gu Qi Sha would find out that His Highness Duke of Qin was hiding the truth from esteemed Wang Fei. If things didn't go well, Gu Qi Sha might even tell esteemed Wang Fei about it. However, Gu Qi Sha wouldn't have a handle on His Highness if he used the bear chuan as an excuse to make the antidote. Moreover, His Highness only needed to take a small portion of the antidote for Mute Granny. The rest could be taken back to the Duke of Qin's estate and explained to esteemed Wang Fei as well. Serpent fruit, panoptic red lotus, and bear chuan all had different sizes of antidote. Esteemed Wang Fei had never seen the bear chuan before, so she had no idea how much antidote it was. Chu Shifeng finally understood why His Highness Duke of Qin had asked Medicine City's Wang Gong for so much information about the antidote. As it turned out, he'd been thinking of ways to keep hiding the truth so esteemed Wang Fei wouldn't get suspicious. How much thought must he have put into coming up with such a plan and excuse? As expected, one needed to come up with more lies just to cover up one lie. With His Highness Duke of Qin's power and influence, why would he waste so much effort trying to cover up a lie? No matter what he did or said, when did he ever need to explain himself to anyone? When Han Yunshi had asked him questions in the past, His Highness hadn't even bothered to explain himself, much less answer them. Now even the heavens had changed. Long Feiyi and Chu Shifeng were both waiting for Gu Qisha's reply. Chu Shifeng mused that Gu Qisha was a shrewd man, but he'd never guess His Highness Duke of Qin's intentions. After all, he had no idea what was going on between His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei, much less mute Granny. Gu Qisha's eyes darted around in their socket. Heaven knows what he was thinking. Still, he quickly agreed. He, then I'll have to ask Your Highness Duke of Qin to take out all 3 ingredients. I'll make the antidote right here and now. The 3 of them arrived at the medicine hall before Long Feiyi took out all 3 ingredients. Gu Qisha began to make the antidote right in front of them. His skinny, bony hands moved quickly and smoothly as he weighed, sliced, crushed, ground, and mixed the ingredients together. His movements were as fluid as flowing water. With Gu Qisha's black robes concealing his movements, it was easy to miss him if he wasn't careful. Long Feiyi and Chu Shifeng both watched closely. Soon enough, the antidote for broomcorn millet poison was complete. Gu Qisha presented the antidote to Long Feiyi with a cold smile. Your Highness Duke of Qin, take a look and see if this is real or fake. If you take it out of Medicine Ghost Valley, this one won't recognize it. Long Feiyi glanced at the antidote before personally pouring the powder into a porcelain bottle. Without a word, he turned to leave. This was his personality. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't waste words. Although he didn't need to see him off, Gu Qisha still walked him all the way out of the valley. Your Highness Duke of Qin, may we meet again someday. Long Feiyi didn't even look back. He'd gone in such a big circle today that he could finally give Han Yunshi an excuse. Once he cured Mute Granny's poison and figured out what was going on with Lady Tianxin, he'd bring the antidote back to Han Yunshi. He hadn't been away from that woman for so long ever since he came back from the disaster areas. He figured it'd take at most 5 days before he could go back. That woman probably wouldn't be so docile as to stay at home and recuperate. She'd probably be running out every day. Gu Qisha stood on top of the mountain and watched Long Feiyi's figure disappear into the forest. Then he took out a bottle of antidote from his sleeve. He was a genius at making medicine. Forget about Long Feiyi, even the 3 clan heads of Medicine City wouldn't be able to tell what he'd done just then. Only half of the antidote he'd given Long Feiyi was real. The other half was a bunch of powders with no medicinal properties whatsoever. The bottle in his hand was the other half of the antidote. He couldn't say that the antidote he'd given Long Feiyi was fake, either, but the amount was fake. Long Feiyi and Chu Shifeng wouldn't be able to tell. Even if they'd had someone check carefully, they'd have to be a top expert to figure it out. Still, Gu Qisha was 100% certain that Han Yunshi would be able to tell. Your Highness Duke of Qin, we'll meet again someday. Gu Qisha was in a very good mood as he muttered to himself, almost humming a tune. As soon as he returned to his courtyard, he told the old steward, "There's no need to send that secret letter. Things are more interesting than this old man thought." The old steward had no idea what Gu Qisha was talking about. He wanted to destroy the letter, but couldn't bring himself to do it. His Highness Duke of Qin had come again and again, but his master had secretly sent a secret letter to Qin Wangfei. He was curious as to what was written inside. After some hesitation, the old steward secretly opened the letter and read its contents. He grew even more confused. His master had only told esteemed Wangfei that His Highness Duke of Qin had come for the bear chuan. "That's it? I thought there was something going on," the old steward muttered to himself. By the time he returned to his courtyard, Gu Qi Sha had already disappeared. 2 days later, Long Feiyi and Chu Shifeng arrived at Tianning's capital city on horseback. They passed by the Duke of Qin's estate without stopping, but headed straight for the solitary enclosure. Mute Granny had been locked up here ever since she'd returned from South Ning Prefecture, not the hidden pavilion. Tang Li was thrilled to see Long Feiyi return. "You got it?" Long Feiyi didn't reply, but entered the study and opened a secret chamber. They walked through a small maze before arriving at Mute Granny's secret room. Even Tang Li and Chu Shifeng couldn't enter. They exchanged helpless glances. "I'm so looking forward to it." Tang Li couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He'd watched over Mute Granny for so long, but he still didn't know who she was or what secrets she held. "I'm so nervous." Chu Shifeng kept fidgeting with his fingers. He only hoped that Mute Granny's secrets and esteemed Wang Fei's identity wouldn't embarrass His Highness too much. Long Feiyi opened the door to the secret room and saw Mute Granny sitting at the table drinking tea. Compared to her previous outburst, she was much calmer now. Still, Mute Granny grew agitated at the sight of Long Feiyi. This young man had a portrait of Mu Xian and her daughter in his hands, but he'd imprisoned her. Just what did he want to do? Long Feiyi galloped past the house without entering, but this place was much calmer. He sat down by the table and brewed a new pot of tea. Just like before, he tapped the table lightly to signal Mute Granny to sit down. Chapter 449. Mute Granny had lived for more than half of her life. She had experienced many ups and downs in the Mu clan. She could tell that this young man had an extraordinary temperament and was definitely not from an ordinary background. She had been knocked unconscious in the Mu family, so she didn't know what had happened that night. She didn't know why Mu Xian's portrait was in this young man's hands, or what relationship this young man had with Mu Xian's daughter. However, she could feel that at least he didn't have any ill intentions. Kidnapping and imprisoning her was only to dig out Mu Xian's secret from her. She was deaf and mute. Her knowledge of words was limited. After imprisoning her for so long, this young man was probably at his wits' end. What was this young man doing here today? Mute Granny calmly sat down in front of Long Feiyi. Just like in South Ning Prefecture, Long Feiyi politely poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Mute Granny. Long Feiyi had never been so courteous, not even to elders like Aunt Ru or Tang Zijin. Mute Granny nodded as a sign of thanks. She took the cup and sipped it gently. She did not notice any difference in the taste. Long Feiyi watched silently as Mute Granny drank the entire cup of tea. There was not the slightest ripple of emotion in his deep eyes. He had guarded this secret for so long, pondering the truth day and night. Now that the truth was on the verge of being revealed, he was unusually calm. Perhaps there were many things that he already had a conclusion in his heart, and he had already made a decision. Knowing the truth was only to strengthen the decision he had made back then. Mute Granny put down the cup. Her expression changed. Her throat felt like it was on fire. It was scorching. She clutched her throat and stared at Long Feiyi with wide eyes. She thought that Long Feiyi had poisoned her. She opened her mouth. She wanted to speak, she wanted to shout, but she could not make a sound. She hurriedly snatched the cup of tea. She wanted to drink a few mouthfuls to ease the burning sensation. However, just as she was about to take a sip, she stopped. If this tea was poisoned, she would be in even more pain. The poison in her had been tormenting her throat and ears day and night. It had always been there, causing her to endure the pain every day. However, the pain was nothing compared to the burning sensation she was experiencing. It was too painful. Mute Granny angrily pointed at Long Feiyi. If she could speak, she would definitely be cursing him. She kept opening her mouth as if she really wanted to say something, but in the end she couldn't make a sound. In the face of Mute Granny's fury, Long Feiyi remained unmoved. He continued to sip his tea. This scene made Mute Granny even angrier. She suddenly rushed over and roared, "Who are you? Why are you torturing me like this?" As soon as he said that, Mute Granny was stunned. She hurriedly covered her mouth, her face full of shock. God, did she just shout out loud? Her throat suddenly stopped hurting. Just as Mute Granny was in disbelief, a searing pain shot through her ears. This time, however, Mute Granny didn't explode. Instead, she looked at Long Fei Yi in confusion, hoping for an answer. Long Fei Yi was still drinking tea. After 3 cups of tea, he finally spoke. He was very straightforward. Madame Mu Xin is your master, right? Mute Granny was even more shocked. She actually heard it. For more than 20 years, she had lived in a world of dead silence, unable to hear a single sound. Now, she suddenly heard a human voice. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. For a moment, she couldn't get used to it. She didn't hear what Long Fei Yi said clearly. Without a doubt, Long Fei Yi had put the antidote to the broomcorn millet poison in her tea. The broomcorn millet poison was cured. When Mute Granny realized this, she quickly returned to her seat. She lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. She needed to adjust her emotions. After a while, she turned to Long Fei Yi and said, "Young man, you are very capable. You actually managed to cure my poison." Long Fei Yi pushed another cup of tea over and said the same thing. "Madame Mu Xin is your master, right?" This time, Mute Granny heard him clearly. "First, tell me who you are." Mute Granny was very calm. Long Fei Yi took out a portrait of Han Yunxi, the very same one he'd drawn back when he'd wanted her dead. Even Chu Shifeng had no idea that he'd drawn the portrait himself. Mute Granny grew excited at the sight of the portrait. "I'm sure you know that the girl in the portrait is Mu Xion's daughter. Her name is Han Yunxi," Long Fei Yi said. "Han Yunxi? That girl's called Han Yunxi?" "Yunxi. Yunxi." Mute Granny was both surprised and delighted. When she saw the girl in the Mu Estate's bamboo house and saw the Xion character on her bag, she knew she was Mu Xion's daughter. Back then, Miss Mu Xion had said that she wanted a daughter in the future and would teach her the art of medicine. She even wanted to embroider a bag for her as a dowry. She never expected the young miss to actually give birth to a daughter who was already so old. "And who are you?" Mute Granny asked cautiously. Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate to give her an answer. "Your lordship is Han Yunxi's husband, Tianning Duke of Qin." A husband was a position that every man had. It was also a man's responsibility. Although he'd held the title for a long time, Long Fei Yi felt an indescribable sensation in his heart as he smiled faintly. Mute Granny had been imprisoned in the Mu estate for years, so she had no idea of Tianning Duke of Qin's power. She was very surprised. "Then why are you keeping me here behind her back?" Although she wasn't clear on the situation, she was certain that Han Yunxi didn't know she'd been imprisoned. There are some things that she'll never know. Long Fei Yi fell silent for a long time without saying anything else. "How is it?" Mute Granny pressed. Long Fei Yi remained silent. "Just what do you want to do?" The more Mute Granny thought about it, the more timid she felt. This fellow was the young miss's husband. If he had any ill intentions, what would happen to the young miss? "There are some things that she'll never know. She'll be happy." Long Fei Yi finally finished his sentence. Happy? This was the first time he'd said that word in his life. Actually, he didn't really understand the meaning of the word. He'd never thought that the word would exist in his dictionary. He only knew that the word happiness should be the ultimate pursuit for a woman. Compared to happiness, Long Fei knew even less about women. He didn't know when it started, but he'd always wanted to treat that woman well. Unfortunately, he didn't know how. Ever since he was young, he'd never treated anyone well, much less understood or liked any woman. His purest thoughts were that if he liked her, he'd make her happy. Long Fei Yi's words were heavy, but there was a faint smile on his cold lips. It was this smile that dispelled the innate cold aura on his body. When Mute Granny saw that, she relaxed her guard. She didn't know what was going on, but her eyes had seen far too much love and hate. She could see the smile on the young man's face. What was happiness? In this world, there was a person who would make you smile when you thought of her. That was happiness. There are some things that she doesn't know. Could it be that you do? Mute Granny asked seriously. If I'm not mistaken, Madame Mu Xian has the blood of Western Qin's imperial family flowing through her veins. Long Feiyi hit the nail on the head. Mute Granny's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Long Feiyi, not knowing what to say. She knew all of Mu Xian's secrets, and the most confidential one, which even Mu Ingdong didn't know, was Mu Xian's background. How did you know? Mute Granny knew that there was no point in denying it now. It seems that this prince's guess was correct. Long Feiyi grew serious. From the first night Han Yunxi entered the Duke of Qin's manor, he had begun investigating Han Yunxi. On the wedding night, the woman's poison skills and calmness surprised him. He didn't believe that the trash of the Han family's daughter would have such skills. At first, he suspected that Han Yunxi was a spy, and that she was in cahoots with the spies from Northernly. But later, he gradually realized that the woman was very simple. She didn't even have a friend, much less an accomplice. She didn't have any relationship with the spies from Northernly, but she had personally uncovered them. She carried the identity of Qin Wangfei, and didn't enjoy any glory. Instead, she was hated by everyone and got herself into trouble. But she was able to deal with it all on her own. At first, he just watched silently. But gradually, he couldn't help but make an exception and speak up for her. She said that she learned her poison skills from the books left behind by Lady Tianxin, but he was skeptical. He began to secretly interrogate Han Kongan and investigate Lady Tianxin. Only then did he find out that Han Yunxi wasn't Han Kongan's biological daughter, but Lady Tianxin's and someone else's. He investigated all the way to the Mu family in Medicine City and found out that Lady Tianxin was having an affair with the remnants of the poison pet. For a long time, his suspicions about Han Yunxi's origins were inseparable from the two words, poison sect. If the white-robed man from the Shadow Clan hadn't appeared, he would never have thought that the woman he had made an exception to keep by his side was related to the Western Qin imperial family. Forget about others, even the orphans of the 7 noble families wouldn't have thought that the Western Qin imperial family had an orphan. Back then, the last of the Western Qin imperial family's bloodline had been publicly shot by the Nether clan. The Shadow Clan was one of the 7 noble families. They were the most loyal and responsible guards of the Western Qin imperial family. The Shadow Clan's protection was with their lives. They had never failed to fulfill their duties, much less betrayed them. When the Western Qin imperial family was destroyed, the entire Shadow Clan had been buried with them. But now, a descendant of the Shadow Clan had appeared. Without a doubt, this proved that the Western Qin imperial family had an orphan. That white-robed man's protection of Han Yunxi was hard to ignore. No one could say for sure whether the Shadow Clan member had appeared to search for his master, or whether he had appeared because of the poison beast. Long Feiyi didn't have a definite answer either, which was why he'd asked Mute Granny today. But Mute Granny's reaction gave him a definite answer. Han Yunxi was the orphan of the Western Qin imperial family. Without a doubt, Mute Granny was furious at Long Feiyi's probing method, but she couldn't deny it. "How on earth did you guess?" she asked angrily. "Because the Shadow Clan came looking for her," Long Feiyi said calmly. Unexpectedly, Mute Granny was very agitated. "The Shadow Clan, what do they want?" Chapter 450. Long Feiyi never thought that the words Shadow Clan would make Mute Granny so agitated. Her expression wasn't one of excitement, but one of anxiety. The Shadow Clan should be the clan that the Western Qin imperial orphan trusted the most. What do they want to do? Have they confirmed Yunxi's identity? Mute Granny asked anxiously. So what if they've confirmed it? Long Feiyi retorted. But Mute Granny only grew angry. No matter who it is, even if they're from the Shadow Clan, Don't even think about using Yunxi's identity to make a fuss. Long Feiyi immediately understood. There were too many things that could be done about the identity of Western Qin's imperial heir. Once her identity was made public, even the 7 noble families and others with ulterior motives would use Han Yunxi as an excuse to summon past powers to fight for power in the world, much less the 7 noble families. Most of these people weren't truly loyal to Western Qin's imperial clan, nor were they truly aiming to revive Western Qin. Instead, they were filled with wild ambitions. They used the excuse of assisting the imperial heir as an excuse to hold the Son of Heaven and order his vassals around. To put it bluntly, they were using the imperial heir as a stepping stone. Once they achieved their goals, there would be no need for the imperial clan to exist anymore. Once Han Yunxi's identity was made public, there would be no peace for the rest of her life. The Shadow Clan hasn't made a move yet. They've refused to admit it either. Perhaps they haven't confirmed Yunxi's identity yet, Long Feiyi said. It was Han Yunxi's honesty that allowed him to understand the Shadow Clan's movements. If the Shadow Clan was certain that Han Yunxi was Western Qin's imperial heir, why hadn't they made any moves? Why would they only show up once every few months without telling Han Yunxi anything? At the very least, the Shadow Clan would recognize a master. But the white-robed gentleman hadn't. Mute Granny finally relaxed a little, but she quickly asked, "Duke of Qin, what about you? Why did you marry Yunxi?" Long Feiye's lips rose into a cold smile. "You suspect your lordship? You're Tianning's Qinhuang. If you really want to, Yunxi's status is the best way for you to seize the throne." Mute Granny gave a cold snort. Long Feiyi snorted disdainfully. "A trifling Tianning's throne doesn't need your lordship to step on a woman's back to fight for it. This prince would rather she not be an orphan of the imperial family. I would rather she be the first daughter of the Han family." In truth, Mute Granny's worries were exactly what Long Feiyi did not want to see. Bearing the identity of a member of the royal family, shouldering the mission of the family, shouldering the expectations of countless people, living their entire lives for one great cause. Everything they did had to be judged by others. For the orphans of the royal family, this was both an honor and a restraint. At the very least, in Long Feiye's eyes, this was a restriction. Mute Granny didn't believe him. She sneered. "Why should I believe you?" Mute Granny's smile was very cold, but Long Feiye's smile was even colder. He rose to his feet and walked to Mute Granny's side before gracefully bending over to whisper in her ear. "Because your lordship is—" Long Fei's last words were spoken very quietly, but Mute Granny heard them clearly. Her face turned white at the last few words, as if she'd been frightened to death. Her entire body froze in shock. How could this be? Yunxi's husband was actually— That reason should be enough to convince you, right? Long Feiyi asked coldly. After a while, Long Feiyi had already returned to his seat, but Mute Granny was still unable to speak. You East Qin imperial family. How was Mute Granny supposed to face this reality? The last orphan of Western Qin's imperial family, Han Yunxi's husband, was actually the East Qin imperial family's orphan, the East Qin imperial prince. Was all of this an ill-fated relationship, a coincidence, or intentional? Mute Granny was suddenly on guard. She rose to her feet and backed away. "Fine. So you're planning to hide this from Yunxi and not let her know about her origins so you can use her. You want to use her to revive your East Qin." Suddenly, there was a loud slap as Long Feiyi slammed the table. He was never good at explaining himself, nor did he like explaining himself to anyone. But he'd already wasted quite a few words today, so he never expected Mute Granny to look at him like this. To him, this was simply an insult. He rose to his feet, his voice as cold as ice. "Your lordship isn't so low as to step on a woman to ascend to the throne. I'm not so low as to use a woman to revive my country." Mute Granny was stunned by Long Feiye's anger. She stood rooted to the spot before asking, "Then why did you imprison this old woman here? And why did you hide this from Yunshi? Long Feiyi didn't answer, but drank his tea in silence. After a long time, he finally spoke. I want her to be the Han family's first wife's daughter for the rest of her life. She'll have no hatred or guilt, and stay peacefully by your lordship's side. Mute Granny's heart skipped a beat. She finally understood what this young man meant when he said, she'll be happy. If Yunshi found out about her heavy origins, how much burden would she feel in her heart? If Yunshi found out about the Duke of Qin's origins, what would she do? Mute Granny fell silent as well. After a long time, she finally asked, Duke of Qin, does Yunshi like you? Long Feiyi smiled. It was a faint smile, but his eyes were filled with bitterness and helplessness. Did Han Yunshi like him? That woman still looked at him with infatuation, even now. Long Feiyi's smile gave Mute Granny the answer. Finally, Mute Granny sat back down and asked for a cup of tea from Long Feiyi before telling him Mu Xian's story. The last surviving member of Western Qin's imperial clan wasn't the baby boy killed by the Nether clan, but Mu Xian's mother, Yunshi's grandmother. Back then, Western Qin's emperor and various princes had died on the battlefield. Noble Consort Qin gave birth to a baby girl before giving birth. She didn't understand the situation and believed that Western Qin wouldn't be destroyed so easily. As long as she gave birth to a boy, she'd rise in status and become the Empress Dowager. Thus, Noble Consort Qin sent the baby girl away and adopted a boy instead. But a few months later, rebels broke into the imperial palace and destroyed Western Qin along with its imperial clan. Back then, only the Shadow Clan knew about this and secretly sent people to protect the baby girl. When Western Qin's imperial clan was invaded, East Qin and the other noble clans tried to exterminate them all. They hunted down every last member of the imperial clan and didn't even spare the baby. The Shadow Clan told the Nether Clan about this, and the Nether Clan's general pretended to betray them by killing the baby boy himself. Only then did they stop pursuing and killing the baby girl. Later on, East Qin was destroyed and the 7 noble clans declined. The once glorious Great Qin Empire became a dusty piece of history. The entire Shadow Clan sacrificed themselves for the empire, leaving only one person to protect the baby girl. But when the baby girl grew up and learned of her origins, she suddenly ran away and disappeared. So that baby girl was Mu Xian's mother. She married into the Mu clan and gave birth to Mu Xian, Long Feiyi said. Exactly. She escaped the control of the Shadow and Nether clans and married into the Mu clan as a concubine. She only gave birth to one daughter, Mu Xian. Mute Granny sighed as she spoke. This old woman was Mu Xian's wet nurse. If Mu Xian hadn't told me all this, I would never have dreamed of such things. Who is Han Yunshi's father? What does he have to do with the poison sect? Long Feiyi asked. The rumors of Mu Xian having an affair with the remnants of the poison sect are true, Mute Granny said. Miss Mu Xian was originally sent to Medical City to study medicine, but she never expected to run into someone from the poison sect. She fell in love with him and couldn't extricate herself. She never returned to the Mu clan after going to Medical City. She secretly exchanged a few letters with this old woman, and the last one told me a piece of news that was mixed with both joy and sorrow. She was pregnant? Long Feiyi guessed. Mute Granny smiled wryly and nodded. She was pregnant, but she ran into that beast from the poison sect having an affair with another woman behind her back. Hearing this, Long Feiyi finally understood. That was why Mu Xian, or Lady Tianxin, had left the poison sect in despair and changed her name to hide in Tianning's capital city, where she married Han Kongan. Thus, Han Yunshi's mother was an orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan, while her father was a member of the poison sect. That was the last letter this old woman received. Later on, Mu Ingdong discovered all of my correspondence with Miss Mu Xian. By then, there were already rumors in Medical City that Mu Xian was having an affair with the poison sect. For the sake of protecting the Mu clan's reputation and maintaining the relationship between the Mu clan and Medical City, Mu Ingdong vehemently denied the rumors. As Mute Granny spoke, she sighed with emotion. He drugged this old servant until I was deaf and mute. He had me guard the bamboo hut because he wanted to use me to lure out Miss Mu Xian. He even wanted to use Miss Mu Xian as bait to lure out the poison sect and curry favor with those old men in the medical academy. Who would have thought that Miss Mu Xian wouldn't come, but her daughter would? Does Mu Ingdong know about the Western Qin imperial clan? Long Fei Yi was most concerned about this question. Mute Granny immediately shook her head. No, he definitely doesn't know. His thoughts are all on the poison sect. Long Fei Ye's heart finally relaxed. If Mu Ingdong didn't know about this matter, then he could save himself a lot of trouble. Duke of Qin, Miss Mu Xian, she actually, Mute Granny had wanted to ask this question from the start, but she didn't dare. She was afraid that the answer would be too much for her to bear. Mu Ingdong had used her as bait, but she hadn't been willing to leave the bamboo hut. She dearly wanted to see her miss one more time and tell her personally about Mu Ingdong's evil intentions. Long Fei Yi naturally knew what Mute Granny wanted to ask. He told her everything about how Mu Xian had changed her name to Tianxin and married into the Han family, including how Lady Tianxin had saved Empress Dowager Li and how the latter had bestowed the marriage. It's a pity that Lady Tianxin died in childbirth. Fortunately, Han Yunxi was saved. Long Fei Yi rarely sighed in front of others. Although Mute Granny had long known that Miss Mu Xian had met with misfortune, she still couldn't take the news. Tears filled her eyes. Difficult childbirth, how could this? What could be more sorrowful than dying in childbirth? Using one life to welcome a new life, leaving the new life without a mother the moment it was born. Mute Granny's eyes reddened. Soon enough, she couldn't take it anymore and covered her mouth to sob. Miss, this old servant has been waiting for you this entire time. With that, Long Fei finally figured out the truth. After Mute Granny calmed down, Long Fei Yi asked, Do you know how many people are left in the poison sect? Who is Yunxi's father? Mute Granny shook her head. Miss Mu Xian has never mentioned him, but she might not tell us such a secret because even the Mu clan doesn't know about it. Long Fei Yi nodded. His slender fingers lightly tapped the table as he pondered over something. Chapter 451. Long Fei's black eyes were as deep as the sea. Even someone as experienced as Mute Granny couldn't tell what he was thinking right now. Mute Granny had already told him everything she knew. When she thought about the identity of this young man in front of her, Mute Granny still couldn't believe it. She couldn't help but ask, Duke of Qin back then, didn't the East Qin imperial clan? If Mute Granny remembered correctly, Miss Mu Xian had told her that the East Qin imperial clan's fate was even more tragic than Western Qin's. The imperial city had been captured and the imperial palace set on fire for half a month. Not a single member of the imperial clan had survived. Long Fei Yi looked up, his cold eyes flashing with ruthless hatred. Mute Granny's heart skipped a beat and she didn't know what to say. The grudges between the East and Western Qin imperial clans had lasted for 3 years. It wasn't something that could be explained in a few words, so Mute Granny probably didn't know the whole story. Still, she knew that the enmity between the two imperial clans was something that couldn't be ignored. Although she feared this man, Mute Granny still spoke directly. Duke of Qin, people's hearts change. History will never change, and the history that carries hatred will never change. Mute Granny had always been a cautious person, but for some reason, she'd blurted out the entire truth just then. Perhaps it was because of the Duke of Qin's declaration that he wanted her to be the Han clan's legitimate daughter for the rest of her life, without hatred or guilt, and to stay by his lordship's side peacefully. Mu Xian's mother and Miss Mu Xian had thought the same thing in the past. They only wanted to be ordinary women. They didn't have such wild ambitions, nor did they care about national enmity or family hatred. Every man was responsible for the rise and fall of the world, and their family's mission was more important than anything else. But they were only women. Their greatest wish was for the world to be peaceful and harmonious. Mute Granny remembered that Miss Mu Xian had once said that she wanted the imperial clan's secret to end with her. She hoped that her child wouldn't have to bear the burden of hatred and responsibility. Mute Granny believed her own eyes. She believed that this young man's words were all true, and that his feelings for Yunshi were true as well. But people's hearts could change, to say nothing of a heart filled with hatred. Long Fei Yi immediately understood Mute Granny's words. There was indeed hatred in his heart. Since he was young, everyone had tirelessly told him how treacherous, cruel, and cunning the Western Qin royal family was, how they went back on their words. They told him how many defenseless people were burned to death in the East Qin palace fire, how many innocent women and children. They told him how much his grandfather and father had paid to restore the empire. There was also his mother's death. Many years had passed, but he would never forget the scene of his mother committing suicide. Ever since he was young, there had been hatred in his heart, but what was heavier than hatred was the responsibility on his shoulders. Aunt Ru had said that he was not only shouldering the great cause of recovering the country, but also the lives of his parents and ancestors. They had not sacrificed their lives in vain. No one knew how much torment he had endured since the appearance of the Shadow Clan, especially when Tang Li had earnestly advised him, and Aunt Ru had scolded him. Long Fei Yi was still silent, and this silence made Mute Granny very worried. Young man, this old woman was right, wasn't she? Before Mute Granny could finish, Long Fei Yi spoke up. His voice was cold and indifferent, neither fast nor slow. There was not a trace of emotion in it, but the words that came out of his mouth gave Mute Granny a start. He said indifferently, "Benwang wanted to kill her, but she's gone missing. After searching all over the world to find her, I was afraid of losing her again." Would Han Yunshi cry if she heard these words? As far as she could remember, Long Fei had been especially angry when she'd run away. She would never know that this man's true fear was hidden behind his anger. In her heart, Her Highness would never be afraid of anything. Some people repeatedly emphasized their words and even swore venomous oaths that no one would believe. Others, on the other hand, simply said a few words that weighed as much as a mountain. No one could doubt them. Without a doubt, Long Fei Yi belonged to the latter group. But Mute Granny was still worried. Duke of Qin, your heart is big enough to accept Yunshi. But what about your clansmen? What about the East Qin loyalists? Mute Granny asked seriously. They'll never know, Long Fei Yi said. Hiding the truth forever was the best choice. If he couldn't, he didn't mind getting rid of those who got in the way. In his eyes, there was no such thing as a bad soldier who didn't want to be a general. Those who disobeyed their masters were useless. Long Fei Yi was more worried about the outsiders. You're certain that Mu Ingdong doesn't know about Western Qin? Long Fei Yi asked again. This old woman can risk my life for this, but he definitely doesn't know. Mu Ingdong's heart is completely focused on the poison sect. He wants to use this chance to gain Medical City's support and secure his position as Medicine City's #1. Mute Granny had a good understanding of Mu Ingdong. Then it can only be that Shadow Clan fellow. Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed with killing intent. Without a doubt, he'd long wanted to kill the man. How did the Shadow Clan suspect Yunshi? Mute Granny asked anxiously. After Yunshi's grandmother escaped from the Shadow Clan and Nether Clan, there had been no news of them since. This was the question Long Fei Yi was puzzled over as well. Actually, the white-robed man from the Shadow Clan still hadn't given a definite answer. Han Yunshi was the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan, but Long Fei Yi would rather kill the wrong person than kill the wrong person. Considering the relationship between the Shadow Clan and Nether Clan, once the Shadow Clan confirmed Han Yunshi's identity, the Nether Clan would quickly come knocking on their doors. This was also the reason why Long Fei had spent the past 6 months studying the 7 noble families and tracking down their descendant. "There's also that black-robed man who kidnapped you last time," Long Fei intoned. Long Fei was still investigating how that black-robed man with a special constitution and mysterious origins had found out about Mute Granny's imprisonment at the hidden pavilion and how much he knew about the old woman. But since Mute Granny had been hiding the truth about Western Qin all this time, the man who'd come after her had to be after Mu Xian and the remnants of the poison sect. The hidden pavilion had set up an inescapable net in anticipation of the black-robed man's next visit. It wasn't easy to hide the truth. Fortunately, not many people knew, Mute Granny sighed. If not for the Shadow Clan's appearance and the Duke of Qin's probing just then, the truth would have died along with Miss Mu Xian and rotted away in her servant's stomach. Long Fei nodded and drank a cup of tea before looking up. "Granny, you're the one who knows the most." When she recalled the killing intent in the Duke of Qin's eyes and heard his words, Mute Granny's heart gave a lurch as she lowered her head. The Duke of Qin wasn't wrong. She was the one who knew the truth best. "Yunshi, I've been looking for you this entire time," Long Fei said next. Mute Granny didn't say a word. Long Fei said simply, "Your lordship already told Yunshi that you fell off a cliff and died. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to escort you out of closed-door cultivation and head west. Don't ever come back." Mute Granny only nodded silently. Long Fei rose to his feet, the boulder weighing on his heart finally lifted. Now that he knew the truth and confirmed his suspicions, he'd be even more decisive in his actions. "Granny, we'll never meet again." Long Fei poured Mute Granny a cup of tea before leaving. He still had to return to the estate and give the rest of the antidote to Han Yunshi. It had been days since he'd seen her, so he didn't know what that woman was up to. Long Fei had already left the secret chamber and was about to close the stone door behind him when Mute Granny finally spoke up. She knew there was no point in asking, but she couldn't help herself. She asked, "Duke of Qin, will there be a day when East Qin is revived?" Yunshi was the only member of Western Qin's imperial clan left in this world, but Yunshi knew nothing about it. As a servant, she should at least ask on behalf of Western Qin's imperial clan. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, if the day comes when East Qin is revived, could you show mercy for Yunshi's sake?" Western Qin's imperial clan was gone for good, but the loyal descendants of the nobles and aristocratic families who'd sworn loyalty to them to the death still existed. The remnants of the palace and the history of East Qin still existed. Once East Qin was revived, they'd definitely seek revenge. Long Fei wasn't planning to reply, but he stopped after taking 2 steps. With a disdainful snort, he said, "Your lordship isn't thinking of reviving the country. Your lordship wants to expand the world and create a new imperial clan." Mute Granny's heart skipped a beat at his words. She froze in place until the stone door to the secret chamber slowly closed behind her. She could tell that the Duke of Qin was no ordinary person. He had great ambitions and the domineering determination in his eyes, but she never expected him to create a new imperial clan. He'd surpassed the narrowness of national enmity and cast aside the burden of reviving the country. This was a true man, a true expert. It was impossible to imagine how big the Duke of Qin's heart was, or how much confidence he had, to have such lofty ambitions despite all his burdens. Mute Granny was thoroughly convinced. She actually rejoiced that Yunshi was lucky to have met such a man. If Miss Mu Xian knew about this in the underworld, she'd definitely be gratified. Mute Granny picked up the cup of tea Long Fei had poured for her before he left and drank it in reverence. Then she took off her outer robes and tied them to the beam. She was a servant who'd waited for her master for so many years, but she still couldn't see him. What was the use of her knowing so much about the truth? What was the point of leaving closed-door cultivation and drifting so far away from home? With her neck hanging off the beam and her feet on the stool, Mute Granny muttered to herself, Yunshi, Granny hopes that you'll never know the taste of hatred. I hope that you'll never hold any grudges against the Duke of Qin. I hope that you'll one day ascend the throne of Empress and glorify yourself. She gently stroked the portrait of Mu Xian she'd kept close to her clothes before closing her eyes and kicking aside the stool by her feet. Then she hung herself from the beam, to commit suicide. By the time Tang Li arrived, Mute Granny was already dead. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng had been waiting outside the entire time, so they had no idea what the Duke of Qin and Mute Granny had been talking to each other. He quickly picked up Mute Granny and saw that there was no way to save her, so he sent someone to report to Long Feiyi. By now, Long Feiyi had already arrived at the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate. Long Feiyi was very calm after hearing the news. He simply instructed, have Tang Li bury her in secret. Keep watch over the hidden pavilion. A fake Mute Granny had been imprisoned there this entire time, waiting for the black-robed man to show himself. It was already late at night, but Long Feiyi didn't disturb anyone. As soon as he reached the hibiscus courtyard, he headed straight for the leisurely cloud pavilion. Chapter 452. In the dead of the night, the lights in leisurely cloud pavilion were still lit. Han Yunshi had met with trouble. She had originally planned to hang Su Xiaoyu for a few days to break her willpower and make her confess, but who would have thought that Su Xiaoyu would be so stubborn? She had already starved herself twice, but she still did not say a word. If this continued, Su Xiaoyu would really starve to death. The hidden guards had not found anything yet. Once this girl starved to death, there would be no clues left. At this time, Han Yunshi was only wearing a dudu, revealing her fragrant back. She was lying on the bed, letting Bailey Mingxiang change her bandages while talking about Su Xiaoyu. These days, it was hot and easy to sweat. Adding on the fact that she could not lie on the bed, the 2 ulcers on her back had not completely scabbed over yet. In my opinion, that girl is using this method to threaten me. She knows that I won't kill her. Han Yunshi said in displeasure. Doesn't Princess Consort know a method to make her life worse than death? Bailey Mingxiang lightly said. Han Yunshi thought for a moment and said, starve her for another day. If she still doesn't confess, then put her down. This princess will personally interrogate her. Bailey Mingxiang had already taken off the gauze. Taking the medical cotton swab that Han Yunshi had provided, he began to gently apply the medicine. As soon as the cold ointment touched her burning wound, Han Yunshi immediately exhaled a long breath. It feels so good. Apply more, don't be afraid of me hurting. At this time, the wound was the most uncomfortable. The wound had not completely scabbed over, so the pain and burning sensation coexisted. The most frightening thing was that it was becoming more and more itchy. Han Yunshi could not help but want to scratch it. So, when she applied the medicine, she would feel very comfortable. She was a medical practitioner and would often tell her patients to abstain from this and that. But when she was injured, she really could not endure all kinds of taboos. Seeing her enjoying herself, Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help persuading her, esteemed Princess Consort, it's such a hot day. You should lie down tomorrow and don't move around. Bear with it for a while. Once your wounds have scabbed over, you can do whatever you want. The wound on his back was heavily bandaged. It was very difficult for him to wear clothes and move around. The best way was to lie on his stomach with his upper body naked. From time to time, he would remove the bandage to prevent the wound from sweating. But this master was very active and couldn't lie down. Han Yunshi did not answer. She waved her hand to signal Bailey Mingxiang to continue applying the medicine. She silently thought about how to interrogate Su Xiaoyu. She was so stubborn at such a young age. She wanted to see how stubborn she could be. At this time, Long Feiyi had already arrived downstairs. He signaled Granny Zhao, who had bumped into him, to keep quiet. Because of Tang Li's concealment, Long Feiyi still didn't know that Han Yunshi was scalded, but Granny Zhao thought that he knew. Seeing His Highness Duke of Qin silently walk upstairs, Granny Zhao couldn't understand. Esteemed Princess Consort had been scalded for so many days, but His Highness had only just returned. Now that he was back, he was still slowly walking upstairs. What was going on? With this master's temperament, shouldn't he have been furious by now? But why did she see a trace of joy on this master's face? Granny Zhao almost suspected that she was dreaming. After esteemed Princess Consort was scalded, although only Wang Laifu and Su Xiaoyu were punished, everyone's hearts were still in their throats. This was because His Highness Duke of Qin's return was everyone's nightmare. Although Granny Zhao wanted to follow him upstairs, she only dared to follow him with her eyes. Long Feiyi had indeed deliberately lightened his footsteps and silently walked up the stairs. This should be the first time he had returned from a busy day. As soon as he entered the estate, he went straight to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Han Yunxi's background had finally been clarified. Even though he had confirmed her identity as the orphan of the Western Qin imperial family, he was still delighted. He wasn't afraid of this kind of truth. He was afraid that he would never be able to find the truth. He was afraid that when the 7 noble families came knocking on his door, he wouldn't be able to grasp the exact truth. Now that everything was clear, he could do many things without worry. His heart could also be firm. In the middle of the night, he actually didn't know why he had come here to find her. In any case, he came as soon as he returned. Oh, so comfortable. Again. Suddenly, Han Yunxi's ecstatic voice drifted over. Long Feiyi abruptly stopped in his tracks, his handsome and cold face instantly stiffening. It's too comfortable. Harder, faster. Not enough, not enough. Harder, yes, just like that. Oh, so comfortable. Han Yunxi sighed again and again, her voice growing louder and louder. Long Feiyi's face not only stiffened, but also his entire body. What was that woman doing in the room? What did she mean by shouting like that? Long Feiyi suddenly narrowed his eyes and viciously kicked open the door. Bam! The sudden loud noise startled Han Yunxi and Bailey Mingxiang. They turned around and saw the man who had been haunted by their dreams walk around the screen and appear in front of them. He was dressed in black and looked travel-worn. His face was as cold as frost, and his handsome brows were tightly knitted. Your Highness! Han Yunxi was very surprised. Bailey Mingxiang was even more surprised. He was so frightened that his hand trembled. The cotton swab stabbed heavily into Han Yunxi's wound, piercing through the thin layer of scabs. Ah! Han Yunxi immediately screamed. It hurt. It hurt more than rubbing salt on her wound. It hurt so much that she felt unwell. Bailey Mingxiang was shocked and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Esteemed Wang Fei, I'm sorry. Mingxiang didn't do it on purpose. Long Feiyi was very surprised. He didn't expect to see such a scene. What happened to Han Yunxi's back? He strode forward and took a closer look. Only then did he see the miserable state of Han Yunxi's back. He was stunned at first, then angrily asked, "What happened?" His voice was terrifyingly cold. Bailey Mingxiang's heart and hands trembled, but Han Yunxi was already used to it. She took a few deep breaths to relieve the pain before replying, "Your Highness still doesn't know about Su Xiaoyu's matter?" Su Xiaoyu? Long Feiyi was confused. He stared at Han Yunxi's wound. The more he looked, the more it hurt his eyes. When he saw Bailey Mingxiang's trembling hands applying medicine, he became impatient and angrily said, "Get lost." Bailey Mingxiang's head was almost buried in her heart. She said that she would let go of her heart and face it calmly, but when she faced this man, she still couldn't maintain her usual calm and composure. A trace of bitterness uncontrollably crept into her heart. She silently got up and retreated to the side to wait. Su Xiaoyu is. Han Yunxi looked back and was about to explain when Long Fei said sternly, "You shut up for your lordship and lie down properly." Han Yunxi was frightened. She silently lowered her head and didn't dare to move. Long Feiyi carefully examined her wound. He could tell at a glance that it was a burn. Moreover, it had been a few days and hadn't healed. Damn it, Tang Li didn't report such an important matter to him. Did that guy want to scram back to the Tang sect? Just this medicine? Long Feiyi asked Bailey Mingxiang. Yes. Bailey Mingxiang didn't dare to raise her head. It hasn't healed even after applying it for several days. Which quack prescribed it? Long Feiyi angrily said again. His entire person was in a state of irritation, and he was easily ignited. Not only Bailey Mingxiang, but even Han Yunxi had never seen His Highness Duke of Qin so agitated before. Han Yunxi obediently lay down and didn't make a sound. Although it hurt, there was a trace of sweetness in her heart. Sigh, she found that she liked this guy more and more when he was angry. Seeing that esteemed Wang Fei didn't make a sound, Bailey Mingxiang could only brace herself and reply, "Reporting to your highness, this medicine was prescribed by esteemed Wang Fei herself." Han Yunxi buried her head in the quilt and snickered. "Don't you have any other medicine?" Long Feiyi asked unhappily. Only then did she reply, "This medicine is the best. It's hot and the wound heals slowly. There's no other way." She was clearly the one who moved too much and sweated too much, okay? Bailey Mingxiang knew the truth, but how could she dare to say anything? Long Feiyi didn't ask any more questions. His handsome face was tense, and his entire body was exuding an aura of anger that warned strangers not to come near him. However, his movements were as gentle as water. He didn't use a cotton swab, but instead used his fingertips to apply the ointment gently on Han Yunxi's wound. His movements were very, very gentle and delicate, as if he was protecting and caressing her. This kind of comfort couldn't be compared to Bailey Mingxiang's gentle application of the cotton swab. This kind of comfort seeped into her bones and seeped into her heart. Han Yunxi lay sprawled against the cool silk blankets, her entire body relaxing. She could give her entire back to this man now. She really hoped that he'd never stop, that he'd keep caressing her like this. At some point, Bailey Mingxiang had secretly raised her head to look. She saw His Highness Duke of Qin's furrowed brows and lowered eyelids. Then, she saw the gentleness in his hand as he held the sword. Only then did she realize that this man also had times when he felt heartache for a woman. So this was what his heartache looked like. Looking at him made her feel heartache as well. Long Feiyi had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and had dealt with countless assassins. As long as he wasn't poisoned, treating all kinds of wounds was a common occurrence for him. He treated Han Yunxi's 2 ulcers, leaving only the scab that Bailey Mingxiang had just pierced. He looked at it seriously, his brows furrowed. He saw that there was some water on the wound, so it was undoubtedly not a light injury. If he applied medicine in this kind of situation, it would definitely sting, but he had to apply medicine. Long Feiyi hesitated. Lin glanced at Bailey Mingxiang. Although he didn't say anything, the look in his eyes was enough to break Bailey Mingxiang's heart. She tightly bit her lip and silently knelt down. This servant deserves death for hurting esteemed Wang Fei. Long Feiyi didn't even look at her, but Han Yunxi turned her head to look. "Mingxiang, what are you doing? Get up." Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi's large hand reached over and turned her head so that she could continue to bury it. He said unhappily, "Don't move." "Lung," he ordered Bailey Mingxiang, "withdraw." Bailey Mingxiang silently withdrew. Han Yunxi's head was pressed down by Long Feiyi's large hand, so she couldn't move at all. Even speaking was difficult. If this guy continued like this, even breathing would be difficult. However, Long Feiyi quickly released his hand and said indifferently, "It'll hurt. Don't endure it. If it hurts, cry out." Han Yunxi focused on breathing in the fresh air and ignored him. She could still endure pain, as long as it didn't come as suddenly as just now. Bailey Mingxiang had already reached the door and was about to close it. When he heard these words, his heart was filled with emotion. How many men, when coaxing someone, would always say, "It'll hurt. Endure it." Or, "It'll hurt. Endure it. Don't cry." However, His Highness Duke of Qin had said, it'll hurt. Don't endure it. Bailey Mingxiang thought, if that's the case, it won't hurt no matter how serious the injury is, right?